Hare Krishna Prabhu, please accept my humble wishes as all glory to Srila Prabhupada. No, Prabhu, I think the audio is not working.
Yeah, I think when Tattvavit Prabhu was trying to connect, something went wrong and it didn't fully connect. Because there was no microphone icon either. There was just a camera.
Yes.
Because when sometimes you join, it asks you, do you want to connect the audio via Wi-Fi or something like this? It asks. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I'll try to join on the phone and see what it says. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Yeah, when you join, it asks to hear others, please join audio, and it is Wi-Fi, dial-in, and no audio. So if it accidentally went to no audio, then that's maybe what happened.
Yeah. Am I audible right now?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Yes,
Please.
Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu.
Please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Hare
Prabhu.
Krishna, accept
Please
my
accept
humble
my
obeisances, all
humble
those
wishes,
Srila
Srila
Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Krishna Prabhu, Dana Pranam, Jai Shri.
Okay, so you all gonna talk like that with no faces, impersonal? Is that how you conduct your meetings?
No, Prabhu. Usually we tell everyone to open the camera.
But maybe sometimes I think you will have internet issues, right?
Yes, Prabhu sometimes. But usually if someone is speaking, he opens the camera when he speaks.
Oh, okay, whichever works for you. So what is your rituals? I mean, what do you do? You say the Mangalacharan prayers?
We haven't actually said it in Istagosti sessions. Usually it starts by Prahlad Prabhu joins and he starts to ask one by one about from everyone that like how they are doing and things like this. Usually Istagosti sessions have been going like that, and yeah, it changes a little bit. But Mangalacharan prayers we haven't read yet on Istagosti, so we can do that. It would be nice.
Yeah, we'll do that. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. ॐ अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतपदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणरघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधाकृष्णपादान् सहगणललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च हे कृष्णकरुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकान्त राधाकान्त नमोऽस्तु ते तप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरि वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वतीदेवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे जय श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So I've only seen some of your names. Actually, all of your Saurav I haven't seen, but Devale I have seen. Varun Prakash I have seen just recently. Aditya I have seen. I have seen him in real life as well. And then we have Gyani, who I have seen on the name as in the comment section. I'm going to see your faces. So, how are all of you? What is the agenda for the meeting today?
Prabhu, usually Istagoshti is like a discussion that is conducted by Prahlad Prabhu for all of us. And like we ask some questions. It's like also a Q&A session. It's like a mix of both. So yeah, it's like that, Prabhu.
So, any of you have any questions? Actually, I wanted to, yeah, first time seeing Sami as well. How to
Thank you.
pronounce your name actually?
It's Sami. It's just Sami.
Sami. Okay.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. Nice. Nice to see you, bro.
Yes, thank you so much for your association and joining us. Rivo.
Okay. So, actually, it was quite a good trip to India this time. There's a huge, massive potential in India, and Prabhu was saying that I should go at least twice a year to India. So apart from Prabhu's trip, then our trip and something like that has to be done because there's huge potential in India. Everywhere we have Satyam Sharma on board here in the meeting or no?
Not yet,
No,
but
Prabhu.
I can message him.
Okay. Hmm.
He is in Vrindavan, Prabhuji.
Ah,
Oh yeah, with Prahlad Prabhu now, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just yeah, let him be. I think he'll be busy. It will be difficult to join from there, I guess, if he's in the midst of something.
He's doing parikrama, Prabhuji.
Okay. All right. So what shall we do? Any of you have any questions? Because I don't know. I'm just like a guest.
So I
It's
have
like,
some questions.
yeah, you're the one who has all the questions, huh?
Yes, Prabhu. Yesterday we were talking and already Depalai Prabhu was telling about his questions.
Where are you walking around?
Still, I'm in the roof. Actually, my network is not good. That's why I have to work. Sorry, I have to walk.
You have to walk.
Yes, because otherwise, if I sit in one place, so it will, what it will disturb me. That's
Wow, this is new technology. I've never heard of this.
Actually, it's like let
It's
me,
like,
convert my camera. How can I convert camera? Yes, there's a tower. So that is a tower.
so that should be quite stable, isn't it? It's so nearby.
No, actually, in here, if you live very near to the tower, so it will, you will not have the connection. But if you go little far, so then you will have connection.
Wow, this technology allows you to exercise. Wow, that's interesting. How does that work like that? I don't understand. Okay, anyway, what's the question?
So, Prabhu, you plays,
Hey, you try
about the
standing in one
Vaishnavi.
place because for me it's
One
like
minute, Prabhu.
the whole screen is like
1 minute, Prabhu. 1 minute, 1 minute. Yes. Now,
you're still not still.
actually, I have.
Either
Okay,
you are
Prabhu,
restless
let
or
me
your
ask my
connection is restless.
question.
Hmm.
Okay,
So
bro, my
yeah,
question was like, can you please elaborate on Vaishnav etiquette, that how we can follow the Vaishnav etiquette, because you know uh,
just hold on.
Vaishnav etiquette is
One
very
second. One
important.
second. One second. One second. Yeah. What was the question?
Yes, bro. I was saying that can you please elaborate on Vaishnav etiquette, because Vaishnav etiquette is very important, because of course we have to upgrade ourselves to advancement in bhakti. So that's why Vaishnav etiquette is
Wow.
very important. So can you please what elaborate on that, how as a teenager, as a like if I talk about my ambition, so I want to join acting for a very full time, so that's why I need it. So and everybody actually needs it. So please elaborate.
The audio is so choppy. I can understand one thing that you said. Vaishnava etiquette is very important. That one sentence I understood. Correct? Okay.
Actually, Prabhu, I was saying that, can you please elaborate on Vaishnav etiquette, because as a teenager, Vaishnav etiquette is very important, because of course we want to advance, we have to make advancement in bhakti. Otherwise, being all time, if we remain Kanishta all the time, then it's not good for preaching, and we will not be able to propagate this mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada. So that's why please elaborate on this Vaishnav etiquette. So that's why we can make advancement in bhakti very fast. Very good.
Okay. So, where are you from actually?
Actually, I'm from India, Prabhu, West Bengal, India.
India, I know. It's part of India. West Bengal.
Yes, Prabhu.
Oh, okay. In Kolkata?
Actually, what? It's 5 hours journey to go Kolkata.
How many hours journey?
5 hours. Actually, it's like the place is called Paschim Mednapur in West Bengal.
What is it called?
Paschim Mednipur, Paschim Mednipur.
Midna. Oh, Midnapur. Okay. So, Vaishnava etiquette. And yeah, how old are you?
Actually, now Prabhu, I'm 17, and in 4 months I will be 18.
Oh. And
That's why I
how,
joined to ice cream Pondicherry, very fast, because I don't want to study in college because it's completely useless for me.
but what do your parents say? Like what?
I
You
actually,
must
Prabhu,
have just
yes, Prabhu.
you must have just finished 12th.
Yes, I'm finished. In 2 months I will give my last HS exam, and then it will finish, and then I will go to my parents and I will state and I will talk directly that I want to join Gurukul. That's it. And I've already I talked with His Grace Pallat Prabhu, and he told me that yes, you do it, and yes, I will do it.
Oh wow, that's nice. So you have siblings?
Actually, Prabhu, when I was I think 5 years old, so my mom passed away, and then 2019 my dad passed away. So I am living with my uncles and two uncles. And in recent years, like 2021, 2020, 2015, I've lost my grandmother and grandfather, and so I have only two uncles right now, and I'm living with them.
So you don't have siblings at all?
No, I have no personal siblings, own siblings.
Oh, so you're alone, one son of your parents,
Yes, true.
and then your parents are no more.
Yes, true. Yes.
Okay. I asked you that because I just wanted to know, like, where you're from. Because Vaishnava etiquette means the best way to learn Vaishnava etiquette is to stay with the devotees and um, read Prabhupada's books. These two things. Because the worst for Vaishnava etiquette is Trinadapi Sunnichena Tarorapi Saheshnuna Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. So this is, I think, how to show the screen though. Share. How does that work? Am I allowed to share the screen here?
Yes, bro. But I can
How does that?
also share it.
Oh yeah, I can see a green thing now. 1 second. Share screen. Let me see how that comes on the screen. Why doesn't it not come? You can't. Can you see the screen? No, right?
No problem. Did you press the green button and then share?
I did, but I'm selecting one window. Does
Yes,
that work?
bro. Yeah, now it's working.
You can see the full screen.
It says Tattvavit Das has started screen sharing, but it didn't load past that yet.
Yeah, it's weird because it looks weird on my thing. Your screen sharing.
Yeah,
It
can
shows me. It shows me a preview of my screen. Uh, Let me see.
if I share, can you see it now?
You share. I am not able to see anything at this point. I see your screen sharing. It shows for me,
Yes, Prabhu.
and it gives me a preview of
Prabhu,
how it looks.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hmm.
Prabhu, actually, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2.47 is showing. That's
Oh,
from,
it is.
yes.
Oh, it is showing then. Okay. How is it that is everybody able to see though?
No, Prabhu. It's loading, but it's not.
For me,
Really?
it's visible.
Yes,
So
it's showing in my site.
No, Prabhu, no.
Only fortunate ones get to see.
Vishnu can see. Pranjal. Oh, Pranjal is here. Oh, he is a silent killer. Where is he? He is the silent hacker. Where is
Now
he?
it's showing. It's just slow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Pranjal is here. He is tech genius, this Pranjal Prabhu. Silently is watching the meeting. So, Trinadate China. Yeah. Okay. So, I think I've shown this in the lecture. So, in the Adilila 1731, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Trinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sahishna Amanya Manadena Kirtaniya Sada Hari. So, humbler than the grass, more tolerant than the tree, not expecting personal honor, yet is always prepared to give all respect to others, can very easily always chant the holy name of the Lord. Now, here, the next one. Urdhva baho kari kaho suna sarvalok, nam sutre gathi para kanthe eshlok. Which is raising my hands, I declare, everyone please hear me. String this verse on the thread of the holy name and wear it on your neck for continuous remembrance. So this is the only way to do, Vaishnava etiquette. I mean, is this person there? What is his name? Bhajahari?
No, Prabhu. I think he's in Vrindavan also.
No, Bhajanari Prabhu is in the temple, Prabhu.
Okay.
Oh, in Puducherry.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. So,
Prabhu, your screen
Vaishnava etiquette.
is coming like
Yeah?
really late because now we are at 11:47 translate.
Yes, Prabhuji, that screen
Oh,
freezes.
really?
Nothing load.
Yes, Prabhu.
That same screen.
I can also
Oh, then
share if you always just say the verse, then I can also just share it if needed.
Okay, then you can go to Adi 1732.
Yes, Prabhu.
How is it that my thing doesn't work? Because my internet connection is very good here.
Yeah, that's weird because it's acting like it's bad connection.
Yeah. That is bad.
Is it visible?
Where is it? I'll stop sharing mine. Okay. Yeah, I can see your thing. How is it that you can show very easily but I can't? That's weird.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, so this is the basics for Vaishnava etiquette. See, Vaishnava etiquette means Vaishnava behavior, and third class devotee cannot, he doesn't know how to behave. Natad bhakteshu cha anyeshu sabhakta prakata smritaham. Then, so the only person who knows how to behave is the second class devotee. So that means Vaishnava etiquette means we need to know how to behave as a Vaishnava. So the Uttamadhikari behaves in a way that may not be very intelligible for us. We may not be able to understand because he is in his own ecstasy and in his own humility. And Vaishnavar Kriyamudra Vigyahana Bujhai. Even the great scholars, they cannot understand the activities and plans of Vaishnava. But when a such Paramahamsa, he comes down to the second class platform to preach. That's when he shows the full display of Vaishnav behavior, how to behave with who, you know. That is basically Vaishnav etiquette. And if I can just tell what verse it is, just a second. Yeah, here it is. Maryada Rakshan Hoy Sadhur Bhushan. What is that verse? Maryada Rakshan Sadhur Bhushan. Antya 4.129 and 130. You see the second part of it. It is the characteristic. Actually, well, let's see the Bengali. You see, Tathapi Bhakta Swabhav Maryada Rakshan, Maryada Palana Hoy Sadhur Bhushan. So it is a characteristic of a devotee to observe and protect the Vaishnava etiquette. Maintenance of the Vaishnava etiquette is the ornament of a devotee. So devotee's ornament is how he behaves, and that behavior is explained. So we're basically dealing with three classes of living entities. One is the Supreme Lord, second is the devotees, and third is the non-devotees. So a second class devotee, see, this is the thing. A third class devotee, he does not know who is who properly. Who is a devotee, who's a not a devotee, who's a pseudo devotee. Sometimes he may even mistake the Lord to be devotee, devotee to be the Lord. Even like Balabhadra Bhattacharya, you know the story? How many of you know the story of Balabhadra Bhattacharya and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Nobody knows. Okay. Go
Remember.
to huh?
I don't remember, but if you tell it, maybe more will remember.
Okay, so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to Vrindavan only once. So he went with his servant Balabhadra Bhattacharya, and he is the one who witnessed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing in the Jharkhand forest and with the animals and everything. So that Balabhadra Bhattacharya went to Vrindavan, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was sitting at this place called Imlitala, and that's where he used to sit down usually. And this time when we went to Vrindavan, we saw that place as well. Every time we see that. So there was this great commotion that was caused at the time by the villagers. And they were saying that every night there was Krishna darshan in the river. There was this Krishna dancing on the Kalia and subduing the Kalia. That Leela was being manifested every night. So this is what they were saying. And he was so Balabhadra Bhattacharya got very excited. Wow, really? Krishna is Kalia Daman Leela. Oh, that's nice. So everybody was like excited. Wow, yes, Krishna is there, Kalia is there. You can see in the night, you can special darshan he's giving suddenly. So Balabhadra Bhattacharya asked Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that I also want to go and see. You can go to 18.99 Madhya. Hey, this is how you search.
Yes, bro.
You can just change the part of the. You see, you go to the URL, you go to that URL thing. Okay, you see, understand the URL library CC Madhya 18.9. So you can just like change those and then you can go there directly.
Yes, bro.
Okay, so here, at that time, Balabhadra Bhattacharya placed a request at the lotus feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Please give me permission to go see Lord Krishna directly. So now, if you see the purport, can you see the purport? Okay. So the people were all telling even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that Krishna is showing his Leela. So they all said that they had seen Krishna directly performing his pastimes on the hoods of the serpent Kalia, and that the jewels on Kalia's hoods were blazing brilliantly. because they were speculating with their imperfect knowledge, they saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as an ordinary human being and a boatman's light in the lake as Krishna. So what was happening was, you know, there was actually a boatman who was fishing in the night, and then he had this lantern, a torch, and that torch they thought was the. So he went into the distant into the waters. So they thought that the lamp is the jewel on the snake head, and then the fisherman they thought, the silhouette of the fisherman is seen like the shadow, not shadow, when light comes from behind, then the shape of the man is there just black, so that is a silhouette. So they was seeing the silhouette of the fisherman, and then they thought, oh, this is Krishna, and then the light is that of the hood of the, and the boat they thought was the Kaliya snake. So in this way they speculated. um, but this Balabhadra Bhattacharya, he was also excited to see that thing. So then here, otherwise, if one tries to, one must see things as they are through the mercy of a spiritual master. Otherwise, if one tries to see Krishna directly, he may mistake an ordinary man for Krishna and Krishna for an ordinary man. Everyone has to see Krishna according to the verdict of Vedic literatures presented by the self-realized spiritual master. Unless one is enlightened by the knowledge given by the spiritual master, he cannot see things as they are, even though he remains constantly with the spiritual master. This incident at Kalyudaha is very instructive for those eager to advance in Krishna consciousness. So, the problem here, why I showed this example, is because Vaishnava etiquette means I should be able to differentiate who is God, who is devotee, who is non devotee. I should be able to know. But here there was a complete ayathavat. I mean, there's mismatch. I mean, there's no, the lines are blurred between who is God and who is man. So you see how Prabhupada says, um, he made the mistake of, what is that? See, taking Krishna for an ordinary man and ordinary man for Krishna. What is that? Yeah, just the before sentence. Yeah, he may mistake an ordinary man for Krishna or Krishna for an ordinary man. And that is a classic third class devotee. So that's a lack of Vaishnava etiquette. And if you go to the next verse as well, next verse, uh, this is nice. So you go up a little bit, the Bengali. You see, तबे तबे तारे कहे प्रभु चापड़ मारिया मूर्खेर वाक्य मूर्ख होइलो पंडित होया. So he chastised him. He first of all slapped him nicely. So then when Balabhadra Bhattacharya asked to see Krishna at Kalyadaha, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mercifully slapped him, saying, you are a learned scholar, but you have become a fool, being influenced by the statements of other fools. So if you can go down. Okay, next. Here also there is a. Then he's saying, Krishna kene darshan dive kalikale, nij bhrame murkhaloke kare kolahale. Why would Krishna appear in the age of Kali? Foolish people who are mistaken are simply causing agitation and making a tumult. Okay, go down. You see the last sentence. Although Balabhadra Bhattacharya was personally serving Lord Krishna in his role as a devotee, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he mistook Lord Krishna for an ordinary man and an ordinary man for Lord Krishna because he did not follow the rules set down by Shastra and Guru. So, even in the presence of the spiritual master, if one does not take the instructions, then this is what happens. So, anyway, go to 11 to 46. So, that is the. He just by default went to search.
Yes, Prabhu, I was used to it.
Okay, you go to the Sanskrit. I'm always stressing to go to the Sanskrit because if you can get used to that, it will be very easy for you to understand any verse.
Yes, Prabhu.
So here, ईश्वरे तदधीनेषु बालिशेषु द्विषत्सु. Four classes of people, four classes of living entities. And accordingly, respectively, prema, maitri, kripa, upeksha. Yaha karoti sa madhyamaha. So madhyama adhikari is the person who follows Vaishnava etiquette. Of course, um, Uttama adhikari, he follows Vaishnava etiquette, but sometimes he may just be so humble and so ecstatic that he acts in ways which we cannot even understand. So we may not be able to understand the activities of Uttama adhikari, but Madhyama adhikari makes himself intelligible to the ordinary people. Um, that means makes himself understood by ordinary people, and he preaches by example. So now, Ishvara means the Supreme Lord. Tad Adhineshu means his servants, devotees. Balisheshu means the ignorant. Dvishatsu means the envious. So he differentiates. So we have in the first place the Lord, and then we have Tad Adhineshu means Vaishnavas, and then we have non-devotees, but among non-devotees there is distinction. Balisheshu and Dvishatsu. Balaseshu is the ignorant, Dushatsu is the envious. So the innocent non-devotees one will try to preach to. I mean the second class devotee. And the envious, envious of who? Envious of the Lord, envious of devotional service, envious of Vaishnavas. That kind of people, not necessarily envious of me, you know, but envious of the process itself. So he gives up their association or does not bother, does not interact with them. He neglects them, upeksha. So Ishvare prema. You see the prema, maitri, kripa, upeksha. Actually, that is four things there: prema, maitri, kripa, and upeksha. Yes. So it's like match the following kind of thing, respectively. Ishvare. So the way the Sanskrit verse is constructed is, if you see the translation, it is he offers his love to the Lord, friend of the devotees, shows mercy to innocent, and disregards the envious. Right? But in the verse, it is said, if you literally want to translate the verse from Sanskrit, it is mentioned like this: um, towards the Supreme Lord, his devotees, innocent and the envious. The second class devotee deals with love, friendship, mercy, and disregard, respectively. So that's how the verse is actually constructed in Sanskrit. So he makes this distinction. So now, this is the base of Vaishnava etiquette. The base. So this is what generally we should do as a devotee. So in the beginning, in the third class devotee, I may not be able to identify who is a devotee, who is not a devotee, who is envious, who is innocent, and sometimes I may be more mm, uh, misbehaved with devotees and maybe very humble with non-devotees. So all these mistakes happen in third class platform. And the way to correct these things is to stay in the association of devotees and be sincere to learn and grow. And then read Prabhupada's books, because in Prabhupada's books you will also find a lot of nuances and a lot of how to say lessons on how to improve our behavior. And even when we read it, we don't immediately change because of our past habits. And therefore, every time we notice that we have made a mistake, we have to go and bow down to the devotee. Okay, I have made a mistake. I'm very, very sorry. I want to change. So, mistakes will happen, but one has to be quick to correct them, humble enough to correct them. One is not expected to not make mistakes. But when we make a mistake and not correct it, that's when it becomes offensive. Because it is said, offense to the Lord is even forgiven by the Lord, but offense to devotee is not forgiven. And that's why even when we deal with ISKCON devotees or somebody who's not really our line, we should be careful still. It's not that because he's ISKCON devotee we will just do anything we like, just you know hit him with a barrage of whatever we want to do. Like that's why I asked whether Bhajahari Prabhu was here. He was doing something. Actually, I did not have time to speak to him in Vrindavan as well, because whenever some sannyasi was walking by and then devotees were bowing down, he was saying like, ye dekho, sab andhvakt. अंधभक्त साष्टांग नमस्कार कर रहे हैं गुरु महाराज को. That means, oh, look at all these blind followers who are, falling flat at the feet of this bogus guru, something like this. He was commenting in this way, and he was saying it a bit loud also, and in front of them. So that is not the correct behavior. So actually, I wanted to tell him as well. Anyway, if I get a chance to see him or to speak to him, I can tell him. So he should be careful because we should not do such kind of things. Like, the recently when Prabhupada's quote is there, right? It was shared in the KI and all that. That even a Mayavadi sannyasi, we should be bowing down to them, even if he's a Mayavadi sannyasi. But we may not associate with him closely, but we should still bow down. Because now, in the subject matter of the four classes of living entities, the Lord, the devotees, and the non devotees, classified into two, which is innocent and envious. Now, among the devotees, there is further classification. There is, you can go to NOI 5. So, Nectar of Instruction, Upadeshamrita, verse 5. Yeah, Krishneti yasya giritam manasadriyeta. दीक्षास्तु चेत् प्रणतभिश्च भजन्तमीशं शुश्रूषया भजनविज्ञमनन्यमन्य निन्दादिशून्यकृतमीप्सितसङ्गलब्ध्या. So the first line is Krishneti yasya giritam manasadri. One should mentally honor the devotee who chants the holy name of Krishna. See, even with devotees, friendship means not every devotee will become a friend. No. One should mentally honor the devotee who chants the holy name of Krishna. One should offer humble obeisances to the devotee who has undergone spiritual initiation Diksha. See, even to the person who has undergone Diksha, we must physically obeisances we have to pay. And who is engaged in worshipping the deity. And then, Shushrushaya Bhajana Vigyam Anannamanya. You can go to down to the translation. Yeah. One should associate with and faithfully serve that pure devotee who is advanced in undeviated devotional service and whose heart is completely devoid of the propensity to criticize others. So, this is the advanced devotees. They can be, of course, a pure devotee who is like Prabhupada, or at least in the physical absence of Prabhupada, with senior devotees who are very fixed up and advanced in this in serving him. So we should closely associate with them and faithfully serve. So this differentiation in how we should develop our friendship with different grades of devotees, and some of them are pseudo devotees like Swakula. What is that? 329:17 purport. Friendship should be cemented. That quote that we always quote. The last paragraph. Yeah, you see, friendship should be cemented between persons with mutual interests and understanding. Such persons are said to be swajati, of the same caste. The devotee should avoid a person whose character is not fixed in the standard understanding, even though he may be a Vaishnava or devotee of Krishna. If his character is not correctly representative, then he should be avoided. So, this is again another detail in how to associate with devotees, and we cannot have friendship with such devotees who are, say, pseudo devotees, or who have some other opinion regarding the order of the spiritual master. So there is more nuance there. So with different devotees, we should be differently involved. We should behave differently. But generally, with everyone, we should be humble. Whether devotee, non-devotee, humble mild. But again, when another mistake that I see is that this Vaishnava should get anger when another Vaishnava is offended. He should not be tolerant and humble at that time. And some devotees, because of inexperience, they when other devotees are being offended, they say, they are like, oh, we should forgive them, like that. And then when somebody offends them, then they become, how can he say like that, how can she say like that, this and that. So that's wrong. If somebody says about me, then I just not even pay much attention to it. But if another devotee is, a proper devotee, if he is blasphemed, then I should correct that person and or speak strongly against it. That way. So basically these things. So once you stay with devotees, then eventually, and also the other thing is about chastisement and how to receive chastisement properly when we are chastised. Because when we are praised, our ego goes up, and when we are chastised, our ego may be hurt. So both are not good. Um, so therefore, not we should not only not expect praise, but in fact we should treat praise as poison. Um, you know that story, Chaitanya Charitamritam. What is it? The person, the devotee who had leprosy, and then the Lord cured him, and then he became very afraid.
Yes, Prabhu, I remember hearing this. I don't remember where it is.
We leaving Jagannath Puri.
Hmm? Um,
Vasudeva the leper.
yeah. Where is that? What is that? Vasudeva.
PC Mat
Vasudeva Bhattacharya.
Hmm?
7141. There is something.
Okay. Yes. This is what? Madhyalila, right? Yeah. Madhyam. Okay. Go to 7.136 Madhya. Yeah, okay, you can read it all together. Maybe you want to read just the English.
Hare Krishna, yes, Prabhu. There was also a Brahmana named Vasudeva, who was a great person but was suffering from leprosy. Indeed, his body was filled with living worms. Although suffering from leprosy, the Brahmana Vasudeva was enlightened. As soon as one worm fell from his body, he would pick it up and place it back again in the same location. The one night Vasudeva heard of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's arrival, and in the morning he came to see the Lord at the house of Kurma. When the leper Vasudeva came to Kurma's house to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was informed that the Lord had already left. The leper then fell to the ground unconscious. When Vasudeva, the leper Brahmana, was lamenting due to not being able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Lord immediately returned to that spot and embraced him. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu touched him, both the leprosy and his distress went to a distant place. Indeed, Vasudeva's body became very beautiful to his great happiness. The Brahmana Vasudeva was astonished to behold the wonderful mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he began to recite a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam touching the Lord's lotus feet. He said, "Who am I, a sinful poor friend of a Brahmana, and who is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full in six opulences? Nonetheless, he has embraced me with his two arms." The Brahmana Vasudeva continued, "O my merciful Lord, such mercy is not possible for ordinary living entities. Such mercy can be found only in you. Upon seeing me, even a sinful person goes away due to my bad bodily odor. Yet you have touched me. Such is the independent behavior of the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Being meek and humble, the Brahmana Vasudeva worried that he would become proud after being cured by the grace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. To protect the Brahmana, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised him to chant the Hare Krishna mantra incessantly. By doing so, he would never become unnecessarily proud. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also advised Vasudeva to preach about Krishna and thus liberate living entities. As a result, Krishna would very soon accept him as his devotee.
Okay, so here, this is what. So he was worried that he would become unnecessarily proud. Just think about it. He was just cured by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu touching his body, and he became all beautiful again. Leprosy was gone. I mean, how if we receive a slight favor, we feel like we are as if we are very important now. You know, God Himself has chosen me. You know, we may think like that. Of course, if we think like that, we won't be able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the first place. But I'm just saying, I mean, if somebody just, forget about the, forget about, what is this, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu touching or what? Just if you are a little praised, oh, Prabhu, your kirtan was nice, or your cooking was nice, or you distributed so many books, that's so nice, or your lecture was nice, or whatever is this kind of stuff. We can easily become, oh wow, yeah, see, people are, appreciating me, and I'm very high grade devotee now, and this and that. So many things will come, and if somebody insults us, we become how he become angry. This is very small. I mean, compare that to this Vasudeva leper. So he was worried that he would become proud that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cured him. So that's how we should be. Amanina means not expecting any respect, but not only that, we should dread respect and praise. Um, in fact, today morning we were singing that song. You can open another tab. You go to KK songs, Kripa Koro Vaishnav Thakur. Vaishnava Thakur. Yeah. Okay, so this one you can see the screen is so small. I mean, yes. Okay, you can go down translation. Or okay, you know what? If you want to make the screen, I mean the text big, instead of pinch zooming, you come back to original zoom. Okay, okay. Now, are you on a? Yeah, you're on a Mac. So you just put command plus all the way, even higher. Yeah. Okay, now you have within the
This
screen.
is how it works. Prabhu, I've been doing this zooming. It never fits. So now thank you, Prabhu.
You have learned some transcendental knowledge.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay, so here you see the second one. If I think I am a Vaishnav, then I will never become humble. My heart will become contaminated with the hope of receiving honor from others, and I'll surely go to hell. Give me the mercy that I can renounce the false conception of my being Guru and can be your servant. Let me accept without duplicity your remnants and your footbath water. Hmm. By thinking that I am superior or Guru and giving my remnants to others, I will bring about my destruction. Let me always identify as your disciple and not accept any worship or praise from others. In this way, I can renounce the desire for honor for myself and can offer respect to others. Weeping sincerely at your lotus feet and rolling on the ground, I pray that you will give me the ability to chant the name purely. So you see, so he's very wary of his heart becoming polluted, because there's one, the Nishiddhachar, that verse Kutinati, I think 19169, is it? 159, sorry, 19.159. Okay. Go to the, yeah. निषिद्धाचार कुटिनाटी जीव हिंसन Labha, Puja, Pratishtha, Adi Jata Upashakhagan. So you can go down. Yeah. Some unnecessary creepers growing with the bhakti creeper are the creepers of behavior unacceptable for those trying to attain perfection, diplomatic behavior, animal killing, mundane profiteering, mundane adoration, and mundane importance. All these are unwanted creepers. In fact, um, Adi means, Pratishtha Adi in the word to word meaning. Adi means etc. There are other creepers as well. These are the six main creepers. Not creepers, sorry, weeds. So when the Bhakti Lata, Guru and Krishna gives Bhakti Lata bij, the seed of devotional service. Then we have to water the seed by Shravan and Kirtan. But when you water the seed, the Bhakti creeper grows, and along with it, weeds also grow. So an expert gardener must be able to take out those weeds attentively and promptly before they become too powerful and actually overpower the creeper itself and stunt its growth and kill it. So the weeds are these things, unwanted creepers. These are the weeds. So diplomatic behavior means behaving one way in front of the devotees and behaving another way behind them. Not having a very good intention in doing so. And then Jiva Himsana means not only animal killing actually, because in 12.135 of Madhya Lila, Prabhupada explains Jiva Himsa means to not preach. Himsa means to commit violence. What is violence? To cause pain to others. So by not preaching, actually, you are letting the person suffer in this material world. So you're causing him pain. So not preaching is actually violence. If we don't preach, then we're committing violence. So that is the ultimate definition of Jiva Himsa. So that means we have to become preachers. If we don't preach, we're not following Vaishnava etiquette actually. So and then mundane profiteering, mundane adoration. So just going after money and uh, big following, just for having some clout, as they say, and mundane importance, puja, pratishtha, labha. That's what this ISKCON gurus right now. They are wanting to become worshipped as gurus. So this is the creeper. I mean, a weed, which is they want to be worshipped. They want to be having a position and many shishas. People just following them. This is dangerous. So all these constitute Vaishnava etiquette. In fact, Vaishnava etiquette is the highest subject because Madbhakta Puja Bhyadhika. uh, Krishna says, higher than serving me is to serve the devotees. Aradhananam sarvesham Vishnu Aradhanam param tasmat parataram devi tadiyanam samarchanam. So serving the devotees is higher than even serving Krishna. So Krishna is satisfied if devotees are served well. So therefore, we should really, really learn the art of Vaishnava etiquette. And Chaitanya Charitamrita is a book full of so many examples of Vaishnava etiquette in different circumstances, various circumstances, how to behave, different devotees, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself showing examples. So many lessons of Vaishnava etiquette in Chaitanya Charitamrita. And that's why it is the highest scripture, even higher than Bhagavatam, for that matter. Because Bhagavatam already, shows the pinnacle of spiritual life. But the details of Vaishnava etiquette, and especially for an age like ours, like Kali Yuga. You see, if you see Bhagavatam, there are so many, some Satya Yuga, some here and there. Even then, we can understand a lot of things. But in Chaitanya Charitamrita, especially for our current age, for example, they were dealing with Muslims. Um, they were Muslim government, which is very much what we can relate to because now that kind of I mean, not only government, we have to deal with Muslims or Christian, other religions. Whereas if you see maybe Swayambhu Manu or something, he is dealing with all people who are fully Vedic, all devotees, or at least in the Varnashram system. It's not out of Varnashram system. So and also mystic powers and all these things we don't have. So in Chaitanya Charitamrita, you won't find all those details, which, of course, it doesn't make too much difference. Like, Durvasa Muni had all these mystic powers, but Ambarish Maharaj, just by being a devotee, humble devotee, he, conquered. So that lesson we can take. But in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the examples and everything is very relatable to our way of life at the moment, how Kali Yuga life is. And also, not only that, in great detail, like devotees, how they take chastisement and how they reacted, and how non-devotees reacted to chastisement, how devotees reacted to chastisement. So many examples. Um, it's full of that actually. So Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught us how to be a living Bhagavat by himself, by his own personal example, and also using his devotees, like chanting, kirtan, and Namacharya Haridas Thakur, how he behaved. So all these things are, something which we can learn lessons everywhere throughout the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Actually, now that we're having just Chaitanya Charitamrita class, um, I mean classes every Saturday. I mean not really. There have been huge breaks, but in those classes, the chapters that we have been through until seventh, eighth chapters around, it's all very, very deeply philosophical and deeply technical. But then after that, and especially when you see in Madhyalila, it'll go so much into the activities. For example, Sachimata, being the mother of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, she offended Advaita Acharya because she blamed him for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's taking sannyas. Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became separated from her due to sannyas only because she thought Advaita Acharya was the one who instigated him to take sannyas and get him away from her. So that was her thinking. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made her, touch Advaita Acharya's feet as Advaita Acharya was bowing down to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sachimata actually. So she touched his feet when he was bowing down. So how to atone for our Vaishnava parads, you know. So when we have misconceptions about Vaishnavas and all these things, very subtle things, like the other example of uh, Shivananda Sena, who was kicked by Lord Nityananda Prabhu, and how he took that chastisement in such a nice way as a Vaishnava. So these things we learn in great detail in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. That's why we should read Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, and then Chaitanya Charitamrita. All these books we must read, and also Nectar of Devotion. These things all we must read. That's the only way I can tell. I mean, how to keep Vaishnava etiquette, how to learn Vaishnava etiquette. Stay with the devotees and understand. Um, Read Prabhupada's books, and of course, in specific situations, you will have many many situations when you go to devotional life. One thing we have to remember. Um, Many devotees make this mistake because they don't read usually. They don't read as much. So when challenging situations come, they easily give up Krishna consciousness. They easily give up the association of devotees and leave the temple. I have seen this. Even so-called senior devotees who have been 30 years in the movement, 30 over years, 30 plus, they have also left for very, very silly reasons. If they were serious about reading and understanding the value of association of devotees, they would have never left. But for them, politics was more important. For them, some kind of mundane importance was more important because they never read. They never were careful when the situations came up. You know. Um, so then people, what they do is they simply leave. I mean, we have seen plenty of that. Like recently, Pavitra Mataji left. Our eyes came, right? She was doing very good service with the bhaktins and also, but simple thing. It just required very little, not even very much, very little humility to solve the matter. She just had to, okay, for all my offenses, please forgive me. She had to just bow down to Prahlad Prabhu. Did not. Did not want to, in fact. She said, I can bow down to anyone but Prahlad Prabhu. So then how can you, Krishna won't let you live in the association of devotees. So the devotee who leaves, he will think that this devotee association is useless. These are all useless people. I will go out. But actually, it is Krishna who makes the devotee think like that way. Because that devotee doesn't actually deserve that association. So in order for him to get him out, he will convince from within his heart that yes, this devotee association is not good, so I'll go out. So in that way it happens. So she did not want to bow down. It's such a small thing. I was so surprised that I was telling to other devotees, I was telling other devotees as well. Like she trained these, bhaktins and all that. This simple thing she could not do. What is how, how many times I had disagreements with devotees, and whenever my anger will go out of control, and then after some time I realize, you know what, I should have not spoken like that. Then I'll just go and bow down. Although the fault was theirs, and because of that, I became upset. And then, this was when those so-called senior devotees who were here before, they left us now. They used to make a lot of politics in the temple. So I used to get very fed up at the time, and I used to talk very harshly sometimes when it really gets to my nerves. So, but then after some time, I think, you know what, but they're also devotees, so never mind. I just go there and bow down to them, even though it was their fault. So, but what that does to me is that it's not that, oh, I'm accepting my fault as if I am wrong. No, it clears my mind, because when I'm angry with someone, that anger doesn't do anything to that person. It affects me only. It eats me up. So I have to clear my mind. I should be very cautious to clarify my mind and not have that burden in my mind that always have this, vengeance kind of or anger towards some devotee. I'll just go and bow down. And then after I bow down, the head feels so light, the heart feels so light. Oh, this is good. Okay, I'm over. No more anger. That's it. Okay, never mind. Let me learn tolerance. So, actually, those devotees who were here, who were doing all those politics, with them, I learned so much tolerance. So much tolerance. And sometimes it is good to have that mix. Of course, it is not very nice to have devotees who are always like making some, drama all the time, and you expect devotees to be, well behaved and good hearted and all that. But time and again, Krishna will send you all kinds of people. So there also we can learn lessons. We can always use everything for our advantage. And if there is one thing that is essential to stay steady in devotional service and not jump ship or give up the whole thing and run away, you know what that is? We should think like this: Krishna, whatever it is, Prabhupada and Krishna, whatever it is, I am not going to leave this association of devotees. I'm not. Come what may, throw any challenge, Krishna, please give me the strength to never leave. And please give me the strength how to advance in any situation. But I'm not leaving. Even if they throw me out, I will beg my way back in, but no, I will not. I will not. Oh, who are they to throw me out? No, I will leave them, rascals. All this. I will not leave. Of course, if it becomes like as bad as ISKCON, then yeah, you know what, it's not worth living there. But otherwise, devotees may have some faults because none of us are pure devotees, right? So we should tolerate that. If at least fundamentally, if the thought is okay, we are doing this for Prabhupada, we should. So if that is common among all devotees, even if the devotee personally has a fault, we can always adjust that, or we can slowly teach him or whatever. But just because he has a fault, okay, I'll leave. Where you will find a place where there is no fault? There's no such place. So toleration, we have to learn tolerance. Um, so we should learn tolerance, we should learn humility and all these things. So it will be tested, and every time Krishna will test. You know, the devotee, one of the so-called senior devotee here, you would have seen him. Actually, he is very shy to speak to people and give class. Um, all of you, I think you are new. You never joined when he was there. He left in 2018. That devotee. He was here 30 years. 30, yeah, exactly 30 years. He was here in this temple. And what he learned? Nothing. So it is quite sad. I was very sad when he left, because he actually taught me when I first joined. He taught me many things. I mean, not too many things, but yeah. I mean, he taught me quite a few things, and he was also doing okay in the beginning, but because of no reading, he gave up. Finally. So the factor that drives people away is this thing that they don't consider it worthwhile to stay in the association anymore. And to get that thought is very, very dangerous. So I should always be, the baseline is I will never leave. That's it. Krishna, put whatever this thing obstruction, I'm not going to leave. If it's my mistake, I will change. However embarrassing it is, I will change. Um, and if others mistake, then I will learn from their mistake, but I'm not going to leave. So if we have that as the baseline, then Krishna will give us all the strength. Not that, I will check out and see. And if there is any problem, and there will be problems, I'm telling you, there will be so many problems, and sometimes it will be a little bit overbearing on you. And in those times, we just have to pray to Prabhupada, Krishna, and the Vaishnavas to give us the strength how to deal with this, give us the intelligence how to deal with this. If we come, if we are a few years into the temple life, and like at least like 10 years, 15 years, then we will be in a position where, or even before that, if anything is a problem, suppose for example, let me just say, okay, the temple is not kept clean, the devotees are not keeping it clean. Now I will try telling them, and then they will not listen, and sometimes they may not be following the thing. How to, I mean, it's irritating sometimes, but if I just do it, okay, for me, I'll just do it. Let me take it as I cleaning my own heart. Let me just clean every time. So by just seeing the example, other people will also become inspired. Wow, he's doing it. Or sometimes they may behave as if, oh, like he's doing now, let him do it every time. That also can happen, right? So I can always do it, and then you can propose to the senior devotees. Okay, well, let us have a schedule. Maybe is it okay to have a schedule that there can be some okay, this day this person, this day this person, something like that. You can talk it out with the senior devotee, something like this. So you need to know how to navigate situations. Um, and sometimes, if there is any fault, I should be thinking of how to rectify this fault so that it will become good for everyone, not only for me. Not that, oh, there is a fault, I'll just run away. Oh, there's a fault, I'll run away. Your whole life you'll keep run away. And Krishna also run away from you in the time of death. Okay, you also have so many faults, I'll run away from you. So then what? So we have to change. And sometimes the problem is with us and we are unable to identify. And therefore we should consult the senior devotees. Okay, tell me how to, what whose the fault is it, and what should I do. So, and eventually you will get a hang of it, and you will be able to identify, okay, where is the fault and where is, and even if there is fault, just because the other person is at fault, it's not that I just lash out at that person. No, the things and this is where Krishna will give us every time opportunity how to deal with different situations, various situations, and how to make, because Krishna Prabhupada always taught us this thing. When devotees fought among themselves, he said, okay, you follow your principles properly, and then understand that all of you have given your life to Krishna, so that's a very great thing. So there will be small nitty gritty, smaller issues may have come up, but please always keep this in mind, that you've all given your life to Krishna, and that's a very great thing. And find ways how to cooperate and settle those differences amicably, like that. And if still they could not, then Prabhupada was like, okay, you serve, then you go to that temple and serve there. He had to do this kind of adjustments. But ideally, for somebody to arrange our service elsewhere so that they don't be with this kind of devotees or this particular devotees, that is actually, we are giving them trouble. We are giving the higher management trouble, actually. We should think like that. Because I am unable to adjust myself, I am not tolerating enough, and therefore the higher management have to now rethink on how to deploy me where so that I can be useful in any service. So sometimes we have to be, sometimes maybe we cannot even control our mind and maybe we just have to go out somewhere. But one thing we have to remember is wherever we go, we are going with our mind. Our mind is going nowhere from us. So wherever I go, I will create the same problems until I learn to deal with the problems myself. Subala Prabhu used to share with me one funny quote. You know, he said, "How can you face the problem when your face is the problem? How can you face the problem when your face is the problem?" So only we can look in the mirror and say, "Okay, you are an idiot." So that's what we can do. So sometimes we think, "Oh, how can I face this problem?" But actually, our face is we are the problem. Everywhere you go, we may think that everywhere I go, all the same problems are there. That's because I am everywhere. The common factor in everywhere is I am there. That means I am the problem. So these things we have to be introspective enough to identify. So all this constitutes Vaishnava etiquette. It's a lifelong learning process. I'm telling you, it's a lifelong learning process at all levels. When you're starting out, all the way to, you know, when you become even a GPC member or whatever, you still have to go to all. You have to deal with all these things all the time. And Krishna will teach you lessons at every step, like how to deal with this, how to deal with that. If we are open to that. What is this letter?
This is nice letter about the same subject of disagreements and life in temple. So if I can share the link.
Read it. You can read it.
Yes, Prabhu. June 22nd, 1972. This is letter dictation by Shyama Sundar. My dear Madhupuri, please accept my blessings. I beg to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated June 17, 1972, and I have noted the contents carefully. Generally, we may never accept to find any utopia so long we are in this material world. And sometimes, unless we are very spiritually advanced, we may also feel discomfort within the temples, within the temple itself. That is to be expected in some cases. Therefore, you should not be very much worried. Misunderstandings and disagreements will come. Even Krishna was sometimes quarreling with demons and even with the gopis like Radharani. So because quarreling is there in Krishna, so sometimes we are also quarreling. But we should not take this matter very seriously. After all, despite all of their faults, the Vaishnava devotees must be given always our respect and assistance in serving the Lord. If we do not work cooperatively in this way, the whole thing will deteriorate. As you increase numerically more and more your chanting of Hare Krishna mantra and increase also your daily reading of books, gradually you will come to the platform where there is no anxiety in spite of everything. And that is the potency of your devotional life. Yes, I think it was there in the subject.
That's perfect. See, so the platform we should come to is numerically. If you chant more and more Hare Krishna mantra and daily reading of books, gradually you will come to the platform where there is no anxiety in spite of chaos. In spite of everything means you can translate it as complete chaos. In the complete midst of chaos, you can be completely free of anxiety. So Gurunapi Vicharyate. So that was Samadhi. Chapter 6, text 20 to 23. So that is the stage one should be at. So, okay, does that answer the question?
So
Where is our person who
yes,
has
Prabhu.
asked him?
So yes, so I was so I have another question regarding that preaching attitude, because sometimes when you preach a new beginner, so because we cannot tell them the whole philosophy, because they will not believe in a beginning stage. So sometimes we try to compromise with them, like not in a compromise fully, but we say that yes, we have to do pious activities and like that. But sometimes we compromise so much that we forgot the philosophy, like Gaur Gopal. So how to uh, how to react on that situation and how to preach on that situation. Sometimes we compromise a lot, like Gaur Gopal.
So, we should hear how Prabhupada preaches, that's all. Then we will know how to preach. If we read Science of Self Realization, Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, or even him, just just hear his conversations, how he's meeting so many people and talking to them. He's speaking to a, what is that, Christian bishop, I think, who that, French, that, conversation. He was dealing with government officers, police inspector, um, philosophers, TV programs. He went on TV shows and he was speaking. You just see how he's speaking, and then we will learn how to speak. That's it. It's a very simple thing. We don't have to invent anything. Just look at how Prabhupada does it, and then we can learn from there.
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu.
Hmm.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. I also have a question, Prabhu. Can I ask?
Yes, yes. Your
So
name,
actually,
Prabhu?
my name is Sai Karthi Prabhu.
Oh, you are the man behind the scenes. Okay.
Yes, so Prabhu, actually, I have two questions. Um, so I mean, I was having a thought that I will, for the next 1 or 2 months, maybe even 3 months, I will focus on the small books of Srila Prabhupada, mainly like Science of Self-Realization, Life Comes from Life, and other like these logical, conversation-based books to like, maybe not too much Shastra, but like just, I don't know, like just logically explain. Because I was finding that a lot of friends in my college, they don't accept Shastra unless and until they're very pious, maybe from Brahmana family or whatever. So once I had a difficulty preaching to an atheist, but somehow I gave him the book and he bought it for a low price, that too. But I was not very satisfied. I kind of felt little very bad actually. So from that day, I was thinking like this. So is it okay if I do not read Bhagavad Gita and if I do not
Perfectly
focus on
okay.
any other book? Okay,
Perfectly
yes,
okay.
Prabhu.
As long as you read Prabhupada's books, that's good. Actually,
Okay,
that is also Shastra, you see.
yes, Prabhu.
And actually, there is, let me see, where is it mentioned? Um, Prabhupada says, I think it's a purport or a letter, I'm not sure actually. He says, maybe you can help me find it. He says that the followers of Rupa Goswami, the Parampara, they are expert at not only using Shastric references but also logical explanation, um, whichever can convince the people. Um, I don't know how the sentence is formed. Mm, okay, let's see. Logic. Um, mm, I don't know how to find it exactly, but he says this, that in our Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, the acharyas, the devotees are expert in presenting the points not only by Shastric references but also by logic. Although logic is actually based on Shastra only, you know, um, because the examples are actually given in Shastra only, actually. So, but we don't need to quote that and then just give them logic. So, yeah, you please study these books, the smaller
Yes,
books.
Prabhu. Prabhu, I have one more question. I mean, I'm sorry to take a little bit of your time, but see,
Mm.
actually, like, I'm in Sharjah right now, United Arab Emirates. So I was just from the airport when I was coming to my place, I saw a picture of Prabhupada and I saw a restaurant. And just next to that restaurant, there was a picture of ISKCON. It's not an ISKCON temple, it's just like a restaurant owned by some ISKCON devotee. So previously, I asked Prahlad Prabhu, I saw things like this. Should I give IA 77 and so on? So Prabhu said, no, don't do that. They won't get convinced and so on. So I asked Prabhu, can I go and eat there at least? Because I want to also take my father and maybe ask him to chant a little bit more, read a little bit more, and so on. So Prabhu said, yeah, do it. But then, yesterday I was thinking that if I go there and then, I deal with them like how normally, like I tell them Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Prabhupada, and so on. And since I'm a little bit young, they might ask, where am I from, whom am I associated with, which Maharaj do I follow, and so on. So at that time, I cannot tell them I follow these guys. So I'll tell them I'm a disciple of Prabhupada, and then there'll be a confusion both on my dad's face and on their face, and it'll be like a bad scene. So what should I do? So I don't know what to do in this situation.
So I mean, this is what I faced when I went to India this time also, and every time also. So people ask me, who's your Guru Maharaj? I say Prabhupada. And they're like, what? Then then I say, yeah, we follow the Ritvik system. Oh, okay, okay. Usually they don't bother and don't say anything more. Let them like process it and then like tell their superiors or whoever. Let them think about it, whatever they want to think about it. Um, and you don't need to even preach about the Ritvik system yet. Let you just see what they say. If they ask like what is the Ritvik system, and yeah, well, I have a whole book on it if you want. I mean, I can share with you as a PDF. It'll be nice if I can maybe have your number. I can share it with you. So like that, you just say and then come out. And if they say, "Oh, Ritvik system," oh, what they're gonna do after that? They're not gonna do anything. You know. Usually that's what happens. The only time I had an argument was in Hyderabad. So when I was in Hyderabad this time, I went to one of the temples where Prabhupada was there, first temple in Hyderabad. So I went there because Prabhupada went there. I wanted to see Prabhupada's room, and I saw that temple many many years ago. I do not remember. Now they refurbished the temple, renovated it, nice. So I went there. We had a darshan and everything, and then this one Smita Chaitanya Prabhu, one of the management devotees. Actually, you know who was there? I don't know if you know him. Radhesham Prabhu. Who knows Radhesham Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu, I know him, Prabhu. He,
Yes,
Prabhu.
Prabhu.
yeah, he speaks a lot
ISKCON.
against the Ritmik system. With no logic, he speaks a lot.
He's the one from ISKCON Pune, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes,
Prabhu.
ISKCON Pune.
Yadana story,
ISKCON
Lord.
Pune.
He's also
Yeah.
the head of Voice, Prabhu.
Head of what?
Voice. There is actually a ISKCON youth initiative called as Voice. He's the one leading there. Even in SRM, he has a lot of influence, Prabhu. He's from SRM college, my college.
Oh, he's a Tamil, right?
Yes,
I heard.
Prabhu.
And now, so apparently he's the brahmachari machine in ISKCON. He makes a lot of
Yeah,
brahmacharis.
Yes,
10,000,
Prabhu.
10,000 brahmacharis.
10,000.
Actually,
Yes,
Somebody asked, I
10,000
actually,
mean,
people led to slaughter.
6,000.
he is placed in.
Hmm?
actually, Prabhu.
I heard 6,000. Even that is a big number, though. So, anyway, I was in Hyderabad, and apparently Radhesham Prabhu is one of the temple presidents of that temple as well. Because there was some misappropriation of funds at one point, and then because of which I think there are a few temple presidents for that one temple, to I think make sure everything is all right. So Radhesham Prabhu is one of them, and he happened to be there when I was in the ISKCON Abids in Hyderabad. And the devotees, the junior devotees, they were I think wearing yellow color, so I think new devotees. So they just saw us because I was in saffron color, and all this. They just gave us the mic to sing. We just led the kirtan. So when we were leading the kirtan, then Radhesham Prabhu. So I was facing the deities, and this Vrajagishwar, he was playing the mridanga, but he was sitting sideways, so he could see the deities and he could see the behind as well. So he saw Radhesham Prabhu there sitting, and then Radhesham Prabhu knows me very well because of my videos, I guess. Um, he was the one who actually showed Nimanita Prabhu's Zakir Naik video also to his students. I don't know if you know that. He did that. So what happened? He was watching, and then he knew it was me. Then he was suspecting. Then he sent 2 3 devotees to the front and take picture and video of me. And they came and took video and picture. I did not know what was going on. I thought just somebody was taking picture. But Rajagishwar told me that they went back to him, and then they showed, and then they all of them along with Radhesham Prabhu, they went into the office, and they were discussing something. So then this Smita Chaitanya Prabhu, there is one another with white color dress. So he So after I let the kirtan finish, then I came out. Then I was just going to the restaurant where my brother was there and my mother was there. So I was just like going there, and then this devotee, oh, where are you from? And he was not like friendly. He was like checking me out. So he was like, where are you from? I said, Singapore. Your name? I said, Tattvavit Das. Hmm. So who's the Guru Maharaj? And I said, we Prabhupada, because we follow the Ritvik system. Oh, he knew very much. He knew very well that I was Tattvavit, and he did not. He was just like confirming it from my mouth that I'm Tattvavit. So that was his expression. And then he said, okay, just think about it. He said, just think about it. 99% of the devotees are following one system. You are part of the other 1% who are following this Ritvik system. Just think about it. I'm just saying. I said, yeah, I thought about it, Prabhu, actually. Um, and numbers don't mean the truth. And in fact, Manushanam Sahasreshu, 1 in a million only will understand, honestly. And let's not talk about numbers. Let's speak about the actual instruction of Prabhupada, then we can start the discussion there. I told him. So, no, but you should, yeah, Prabhupada asked everybody to become guru. All the senior devotees, I mean, Prabhupada disciples, how can you go against Prabhupada disciples who knew Prabhupada very well? And they are saying that this guru system, I mean, this guru system is right, and you are saying that the system. I said, yeah, our Sundar Gopal Prabhu in Singapore also is Prabhupada disciple only. I'm following Prabhupada disciple. Then he said, no, the prominent ones, he said. I said, prominent, so what? And what do you mean by prominent? Just because people know their name? What is his following? How loyal is he to the mission of Prabhupada? How does that matter? You are beating around the bush, not coming to the fact. Can you show me one instruction? I told him. Can you show me one instruction that Prabhupada said, you become guru? Did he actually authorize the elections, elected guru system? Did he authorize that? Like, show me one Shastric verse. Show me one instruction from Prabhupada saying such thing. And I will accept your thing. Of course, I will accept. You show me. Then, then I even told, you see, now in ISKCON, there is a huge split. There is one side Lokanath Swami and then the North American GBC. Now they're fighting. Why? Because Prabhupada is not in the center. He said, oh, look at you. You are so offensive. In front of the deities, you're speaking like this. I have given the key to the Prabhupada room and you saw Prabhupada room and this is how you speak to me in front of the deities? How offensive you are. I said, Prabhu. Then he said, do you know the fourth offense? He asked me. I was thinking, what? Fourth offense is blaspheme the Vedic literature. Nothing to do with what this topic is. So, but anyway, I said, do you know the third offense? No, do you know the fourth offense? Yeah, I know the fourth offense, blaspheme the Vedic scripture, but nothing to do with this. You do know the third offense, that disobeying the order of the spiritual master, and you're doing that. You are doing that. You're disobeying Prabhupada. Then he was like, he just like, inflamed and then left to that same office where the Radhesham Prabhu was there. So it was like quite kind of hilarious that a person cannot come to come to a basic point. Okay, show me the instruction, I will accept. Show me. You show me. I'll wait for you. Take out the book and show me. Cannot. They cannot come straight to the point. They will, numbers, 99%, 1%, and all these percentages they're showing. Why are you showing me percentages? What does that have to do with any truth? In that way, atheists are correct, then there are too many atheists in the world. So, so yeah, sometimes we may get into this, but mostly when people ask me what is my, who's my Guru Maharaj, I just say my Guru Maharaj is Prabhupada because I follow the Ritvik system. Because ISKCON also knows that HKM devotees are very a lot, and they know their system as well. So, and HKM devotees always frequent the ISKCON temples, and I heard in ISKCON Noida, they go to the HKM devotees go to the ISKCON center for Sunday programs and kirtans and classes. They say these are our Shiksha Gurus. We will go for kirtan because who will give a teach us philosophy. We have to hear class also. Hearing is important, so we will come here. That is HKM devotees in India. So they know this kind of people are there. So they're not as they won't do much even if you say you're Prabhupada. So don't worry too much about it. You just say, and then don't start any fight there. Just say,
Yes, Prabhu.
oh, who's the Guru Maharaj? Then yeah, Prabhupada, because we follow the Ritvik system. Um, just say like that and let him respond.
Yes, Prabhu.
And then see how it goes.
Did
Prabhu, actually,
Radhesham Prabhu try to what connect with you after that conversation or the devotees?
No, no, no. Because I myself left. But actually, that was at the end. Shayanarthi was happening when this fight was happening, argument. And then by the time the argument was finished, Shayanarthi was just finished at the time. So it was already night.
And
And I
no
went to
beginner devotee tried to inform you that you are ISM that why you are doing this. And no beginner devotee tried to question you.
where?
Actually, you said that some new brahmacharis were there wearing yellow dress. They didn't try to connect with you that oh what is ISM or what is Ritik Krishna. They didn't question you.
No, no, because they don't know I'm from ISKM. Those brahmacharis, they're new. They just thought I'm some ISKCON devotee, saffron, okay, maybe some senior devotee from somewhere, maybe. So they just out of etiquette, they just asked me to sing. So I just sang. So, so like that. So then it caught the attention of Radhasham Prabhu, and he kind of. So I think the news went, you know, among themselves.
Actually, Prabhu, the reason why I asked the question is because I already have uh, a bad. Okay, just I'm sorry, Prabhu. Sorry, I actually have a bad experience in this regard. Like,
Half of
actually, I
your
was
face is visible only. Can you like
okay.
put the phone at an angle properly?
Yes, Prabhu. Okay,
Thank
uh,
you.
Prabhu, actually, like once, like I went to ISKCON Center, which is just outside my college. I used to go there for prasadam. But then they started getting, too like familiar with me, and then they started, come do this, do that, do that, do this. So then one day I said, I cannot serve them. I don't want to serve them. I'm not too advanced. I'll get misled. So I said, okay. I asked Prahlad Prabhu, and then I asked Prabhu if I can give IA 77. And then there's one brahmachari I know, can I give it to him? Prahlad Prabhu said, okay, fine, try. So I gave it to him, and then he called me one day to temple. So I also naively went. And then there was like, I was sitting, and then there were like two or three people around me. They sat right next to me, and then they opened up the IA 77, and then they tried to like mislead, and then they tried to like, kind of shout at me and this and that. So I told him, you know what, okay, fine, whatever, and then I'm just going to leave. So I already have a bad experience in that regard. But that is alone, so I can do whatever. But here the thing is, my dad is there, my cousin is there, my mother is there. So they already have, they don't think highly of me because I'm trying to read Prabhupada's books and so on. They just think I'm some nonsense guy. But I don't mind about that. But if in front of the other devotees, I mean, so-called devotees, like if something happens, then they'll just have a very, very bad impression. So I just don't want any of that to happen.
No, no, nothing will happen because you see, in your case in college, you regularly associated with them, and eventually the conversation happened. Here, you're just going to be there, for a while. And how long are you going to be there?
I don't know, bro. I think 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I'm just going to go eat there. I mean, with my dad. I'm just going to go on a
So
prasadam.
that nobody will bother you. Nobody will bother you.
Okay. Okay. Yes, bro.
Yeah. And why are you there in Sharjah?
Actually, my parents are here. So, I mean, I studied in India, but I was here till 18 years. So I studied in uh, Dubai. And then after that, I went to India for university. So I just
Oh,
came to visit them again. Actually, for visa purposes, I didn't want to come, but for visa purposes, I had to come. So for that, yes,
what passport do you have?
I have an Indian passport, Prabhu. In UAE, you won't get residence or nothing. So
Yeah.
yeah, yes,
So
Prabhu.
so what visa purpose you said you came?
Actually, my dad, just before I left to college, he renewed a visa for I think 4 years or so. But for that visa to be valid, I have to come in and out of the country every 6 months. But I already crossed that 6 months barrier, so it's 10 months now. So I got a re-entry permit, and so I have to come for that, so that it'll be still valid for 2 or 3 more years. So that's why.
Uh, okay, okay.
Yes, bro.
Yeah, just navigate the situation and nobody will ask you anything, honestly.
Yes, bro. Thank you so much, bro.
You just go like, one bhakta, or, like just say Hare Krishna or something like this. That's all.
Yes, Prabhu, I'll do that too.
Hmm. Anyway, you're not yet initiated, right? You just say I'm not initiated.
Okay, Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, say like that. So yeah, anything else? I think some show of hands was
So,
there.
Prabhu, I have one question. Last question actually.
Aditya has something. Aditya is here.
It's fine, Prabhu. Let Devale Prabhu ask for the last Prabhu.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, so I have one question that I was watching Vinayata Prabhu's lecture regarding that. He was debugging that Bhakti Vikasa Swami for his initiation videos. So now I read one comment and it was saying
Who
that
Swami?
his
Who Swami?
some Bhakti Vikasa Swami.
Oh, Bhakti Vikas Swami. Okay.
Yes. So I read one comment, and it was saying that His Grace Sundar Rupal Prabhu, he's giving initiation on the behalf of Prabhupada, the Ritik system. So what if Sundar Rupal Prabhu dies, and who will take over that initiation? So I don't know. It's a popular question to ask, but can you please direct us?
Ask him to mind his own business now.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, some arrangement will be there. What is that? Ritvik system means Ritvik. I mean, on behalf of Prabhupada. He may put some system in place. Let's see. That's the anyway. He's not a guru or something. A Diksha guru, Shiksha guru, yes. But yeah, he will put in some place. Somebody has to do it on behalf of Prabhupada, who is stable, who is you know dependable, somebody senior, and he will appoint someone. And it no need to be even one or two. It can be more if our society expands like many all over the world. Then we may need a few. So that arrangement will be there. What is why should I bother about it? It's anyway Prabhupada who's the guru. So I think that's not a very necessary question to ask. It's not a very it's immaterial who conducts it. But somebody who's of proper character will be chosen, and somebody who can properly represent Prabhupada. Not just one, but it can be more than one person. Anything. We are not even thinking about it. So let's see how Krishna reveals all that.
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you.
For him, you can just say that see, whoever is here or not here, Prabhupada will be continuing to give the initiations. Whoever he chooses as his representative, but the guru is going to be Prabhupada. So that's it.
Yes, Prabhu.
Hmm.
Great.
Yeah. So Aditya, Varun, Prakash have something.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So, Prabhu, my question was actually so a couple of weeks back, I was in Delhi. Prabhu, am I audible?
You are. There are some
Okay.
questions on the chat as well. Okay, I'll get to them. Okay, you,
Yeah.
you tell yours first.
Yes, Prabhu. So I was just saying that a couple of weeks back, I was in Delhi and I had stayed in ISKCON Delhi. So while I went to ISKCON Delhi, what I saw was that the guru over there, that is Gopal Krishna Maharaj. So the temple is really big. There's a lot of there's a lot of connections they have. They have a lot of international people coming preaching for them, doing a lot of this and that. I mean, even a lot of these ISKCON temples have a lot of money and pull. But the thing is that a lot of people, when they think of ISKCON, they think of it in a very negative way. Okay, they just come, they dance, and then they do a lot of corruption. That is the way they think. So to
Who thinks, who thinks that way?
like in general, people think of ISKCON as something. Oh, they just come, they dance, and they go. That's the way people think of ISKCON. A lot of people, Prabhu.
Okay.
Yeah, so my question was that Prabhu, like, but even for me, initially, I was not very fond of ISKCON. But when I found IS came, I felt like, okay, this makes sense. ISKCON does not make sense. That was just my understanding at that time. So my question was that Prabhu, that we face a lot of odds. We face a lot of odds because they are a very powerful conglomerate. They have a lot of resources, whereas we are at not as strong as them materially speaking. So when we face these many odds, how do we remain strong, Prabhu?
Okay, so for first part of it, which is people having a wrong impression about ISKCON. There may be people like that, and there are also people who just are quite happy with what ISKCON does, because I mean externally, they are maintaining Sanatan Dharma, something like this. So that kind of feeling people have. Of course, internally, what is happening, they may not know much, but both kind of people are there. I mean, those who are upset with ISKCON and those who are happy with ISKCON. So that apart, your question of they have so much might we don't have. How to stay? What is that
Like,
last part?
how can we remain strong? Because, for example, Prabhu, like yesterday I was coming to the Pondicherry temple. So right
Hmm.
next to our ISKM Pondicherry temple, now I'm in the Pondicherry temple. Right next to there's a Jay Pataka Swami. Sorry, I remember Jay Pataka Swami's camp has a temple over there, and now
Hmm.
they have Annamalai's support. Annamalai is the BJP head of Tamil Nadu, and they are also building up. So obviously their intention is to challenge us, and now tomorrow if we start a temple somewhere, they will again come there. But we cannot reach as much as they have, right, Prabhu? So in these many odds, how do we remain strong? Because sometimes even like as a neophyte, I mean as someone who's very new to these things, I might feel like, okay, ISKCON has a lot of resources, ISKM is less. I'll be more comfortable in ISKCON, or I might feel like, okay, how do I face these people? That's my question, Prabhu. Like, how do I remain strong? How do I remain firm against how do all of us remain firm?
So you're joining the movement for comfort, or you're joining the movement for following the order of Prabhupada? I mean,
Spiritual
Prabhupada,
development, Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu.
Prabhupada was not. Prabhupada wasn't comfortable in Radha Damodar. I mean, it was in the Radha Damodar temple. He was kind of comfortable, but not like he had nobody with him. And I was there in Delhi, ISKCON Chippiwada, where he was just there alone, trying to print books. Very frustrating. Nobody was taking his books, and there were so many Gaudiya temples at that time. But he was staying in Chippiwada in the temple, which is not even a Gaudiya temple. It's just some family temple, Radha Vallabh deities, and then they just have Radhakrishna deities, and he had his room upstairs, and that's it. There's it's nothing to do with Gaudiya Mutt, but he was just independently doing, and he was alone. He was not comfortable. It was
Yes, Prabhu.
frustrating actually. He thought of giving up at one point of printing all this because he couldn't get money. To print uh, books, sometimes he had to travel with the papers, with the paper, which is heavy. Paper when it's bundled together is very heavy.
Yes, Prabhu.
So he did not have money to travel. So he walked 1 hour to take that and carrying that weight. And he had one small boy. That boy also was helping him. That boy is actually the part of the caretaker of the temple, because the family temple, that lady has employed one mother and the child, one family. So they used to help out. So he used to take the small boy and he would go 1 hour walk and then 1 hour walk back when the boy was actually a little bit older, maybe 13, 14 years old. So, I mean, it was not he did not join for comfort, and that's not, and I don't think it was comfortable on the Jaladuta when he was going to America, suffering through
Yes,
heart attack. I don't think that was comfortable.
yes, Prabhu.
So, and Gaudiya Mutt had huge resources at the time. Whole India they conquered, 64 temples. He was one man. So, um, you go to that Srimad Bhagavatam 5:18-22.
Shall I read it out, Prabhu?
Yeah, the English you can read.
Okay.
No,
Sami Prabhu, could you please read it out?
translation.
Mat
This is
Prabdai.
okay. The context is Lord Lakshmi Devi is speaking to Narayan. Okay, go on.
O supreme unconquerable Lord, when they became absorbed in thoughts of material enjoyment, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, as well as other demigods and demons, undergo severe penances and austerities to receive my benedictions. But I do not favor anyone, however great he may be, unless he is always engaged in the service of your lotus feet. Because I always keep you within my heart, I cannot favor anyone but a devotee.
Okay, now go down and read the purport.
In in this verse, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi Devi, clearly states that she does not bestow her favor on any materialistic person. Although sometimes a materialist becomes very opulent in the eyes of another materialist, such opulence is bestowed upon him by the goddess Durga Devi, a material expansion of the goddess of fortune, not by Lakshmi Devi herself. Those who desire material wealth worship Durga Devi with the following mantra: Dhanam Dehi, Rupam Dehi, Rupavati. Bharyam Dehi. O worshipable Mother Durga Devi, please give me wealth, strength, fame, a good wife, and so on. By pleasing Goddess Durga, one can obtain such benefits. But since they are temporary, they result only in Mathya Sukha, illusory
Hmm?
happiness.
What? What?
So,
What? What Sukha?
but Maya Sukha, sorry Prabhu, Maya Sukha, illusory happiness. As stated by Prahlad Maharaj, Maya Sukhya Bharam Udva Udvahato Vimudhan. Those who work very hard for material benefits are Vimudhas, foolish rascals, because such happiness will not endure. On the other hand, devotees like Prahlad and Dhruv Maharaj achieved extraordinary material opulences, but such opulences were not Maya Sukha. When a devotee acquires unparalleled opulences, they are the direct gifts of the goddess of fortune who resides in the heart of Narayana. The material opulences a person obtains by offering praise to the goddess Durga are temporary. As described in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 7, verse 23, Antavattu phalam tesham tad bhavatya alpa medasam. Men of meager intelligence desire temporary happiness. We have actually seen that one of the disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wanted to enjoy the property of a spiritual master. The spiritual master, being merciful towards him, gave the gave him the temporary property, but not the power to preach the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world. That special mercy of the great power to preach is given to a devotee who does not want anything from his from his spiritual master, but wants sorry only to serve him. The story of the demon Ravana illustrates this point. Although Ravana tried to abduct the goddess of fortune Sita Devi from the custody of Lord Ramachandra, he could not possibly do so. The Sita Devi he forcibly took with him was not of the original Sita Devi, but an expansion of Maya or Durga Devi. As a result, instead of winning the favor of the real goddess of fortune, Ravana and his whole family were vanquished by the power of Durga Devi. Srishti Sthiti Pralaya Sadhana Sakti Rekha.
Hmm. So, did you understand?
Yes, Prabhu.
What did you understand?
That all these material opulences are temporary, it is of no spiritual use, and that the actual power is the preaching power.
So, okay. So, the property, uh, you know, he's talking about Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's one of his disciples became ambitious, and he wanted the control of the temple and all that. So he says here that our spiritual master, being merciful toward him, gave him the temporary property, but not the power to preach the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world. So that is key. So they may have all the properties, they have big big temples, money, all these things. Um, yes, they're preaching something. The Prabhupada's books are going, but honestly, I do not think the preaching level would be that bad in the sense that you know the standard is not too high actually.
Yes, Prabhu.
Um, but anyway, the thing is, they're misleading them to the um, this guru system where the gurus are not perfect souls, and then that's how everything starts, and then everything goes downhill from there. So Prabhupada gave them the boost. He set up the whole system, and then he physically left. But riding on that momentum, they went and did other things. I mean, they acquired so much property and this and that. But it's the power to preach. I mean, power to preach means how honestly you can present Krishna consciousness. And when we see, especially in the public and all, where is, I mean, they don't have any um, um, frankness. I mean, what is that? Honesty, boldness to preach strongly. Like you see what happened with that Amoghila about Vivekananda. Classic example of a very weak society. How can they glorify that rascal and say that, oh, our Amoghila had made inappropriate comments on the dietary preferences of these great spiritual leaders? Arre, what kind of language you're using here? I mean, how can you use that kind of language? How low you want to stoop? By that, we can understand where is the level of purity in that institution by what they say, and it's especially when it comes to public and all that. They can't be this stupid, you know. I mean, so by that we can understand what is their level. So let us be true to the actual order of Prabhupada, and then Prabhupada will give us the strength. Krishna will give us the strength how to speak, how to preach properly. And then with that, yeah, everybody starts. Like when Prabhupada went, he was not big in the sense he did not have all this money and all these buildings, properties, devotees after him, nothing. He just went alone. So everything starts like that. Eventually
Yes,
it builds up.
yes, Prabhu.
So time. So we cannot just be going with the flow with the masses. Oh, the masses are there, so let me join there. Oh, now the masses are here. Okay, let me join here. Oh, now that side. Okay, I'll join there. Then mean I don't have a stand anywhere. I am an idiot and like just going around, just where. Then you better join Muslims. You know that is better, more number.
That
Yes,
is
Prabhu.
Communist Party.
Communist.
Communist party become communist. That is better.
Yes, Prabhu.
Don't
Ac-
join for comfort. You know when there is one Christian saint. I think Saint Augustine or something. He said, if the world is against the truth, then I'm against the world. That
Yes,
is what
Prabhu.
it's that is what our thing should be. So I
Understood,
will
Prabhu.
stand by the truth, no matter how difficult it is. If the whole world is going to be against me, let it be so. I will stand against the world. So then, that's what Krishna wants to say.
Understood, Prabhu. Actually, Prabhu, it's a small portion more. Actually, my third part was that now that we face so many of these, they are against us, the GBC, the ISKCON, all of them, and the public sees them as great acharyas. Like recently, we were talking about Radhanath Swami. He was there in Vrindavan, and he was apparently putting a sari on top of him, things like that. People see this as something great. They see this as wow, he's a great acharya, he's a mystic, and the way he talks, it really affects a lot of Indian minds. They feel like amazing guy. He's so charismatic. And whenever it comes to ISKM, they say that, oh, we spread only. We criticize. Why do we criticize? Why should we not focus on ourselves and things like that? They keep saying things. When we say, okay, it's necessary that we criticize, they say that, oh, so you're better than everyone. That's what they say.
Hey, you tell me where this Radhanath Swami is very charismatic. He is damn irritating. He and two people are extremely irritating. Radhanath Swami and Chanchalapati Prabhu in HKM. These two people, when they speak, it's so damn irritating. It's no human will speak like that. No soul, no body which has a soul will speak like that. It's like a robot speaks better than them. Both of them, Chanchalapati Prabhu and Radhanath Swami. So artificial, so bad. It's just irritating to even listen to them. I mean, he's not charismatic. I don't find him charismatic. I think it's very irritating, but it's just he has clout. You know, when you have big following, you don't have to be very charismatic. You can be an uttermost idiot, but people will still be after you because you just have clout.
Yes,
So,
Prabhu.
so I don't find him at all charismatic, but yeah, just let them go with the flow. But so that's why we are not here to satisfy the people or what, and we don't have to have an angry face to tell the truth. That's also one thing we have to know. Like you see our Ritvik video,
Yes, Prabhu.
Prabhu, he did not have an angry face. He just told the facts as they are, and then that's it. I had a bit of an angry face when I was speaking about Gaur Gopal, and of course I was very angry. And thanks to Sami Prabhu, he made me very famous. wherever I went in India, they remembered me because even in ISKCON, that Radhesham, that ISKCON Hyderabad, when I first went there, one devotee, hey Prabhu, you're Tattvavit Prabhu, right? I said, yeah. Sundar Prabhu's temple, Singapore, right? I just came. Yes, yes. Wow, Prabhu, very nice videos, very strong lectures, especially that Sadhguru one. Very good. That is what you should say. So he everywhere, and not only Hyderabad, Vrindavan, so many people recognize me there.
You also famous in Prabhuji Delhi also.
Sorry,
You also famous in Delhi temple.
Delhi, is it?
ISKCON Delhi.
They know?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
They saw the scam videos.
oh, they saw. So they know. And VCM, I went to VCM, that of course HKM temple, Vrindavan Chandrodaya Mandir, Vrindavan. So there, of course, everybody knows. So what they do appreciate, in fact, there was one brahmachari there, Nandagopal Prabhu. He was telling that in our institution, ISKCON Bangalore and Hare Krishna movement, we unfortunately do not have the freedom to tell the truth. What I He said, I really appreciate what leadership you have in ISKM, because whatever is there in your mind, in your heart, you can just say it,
Yes, bro.
and you will not be stopped. Whereas here, if you want to say the truth, we have to go through like 10 channels of 10 filters, 10 approvals we have to get. One stage, one stage, one stage, and then only. And we can't have our own media presence. We have to go through the official temple channels, and we can't speak the truth. We don't have the freedom. I said, so we also don't have freedom. We are not for freedom of speech, because freedom of speech means you talk nonsense also you can talk.
Yes,
So
bro.
we also don't have freedom of speech, but we are also controlled in the opposite way. If we compromise, then we will be chastised. Why did you compromise? Why didn't you speak the truth? Why didn't you speak the truth boldly? That is what we will get from Sundar Gopal Prabhu.
Yes,
Whereas
bro.
on your side, it's like, why did you speak the truth? Like now, people will be angry, and you should cover up. You should not say these things. So in your side, it's like we want to compromise with it. And why did you speak the truth? And on our side, why did you not speak the truth? And if we speak the truth, then you will be actually appreciated. So that's how our training is.
Yes,
So I
bro.
would like to be on the side of the truth, and that's what I said. I mean, so yeah, back to your question. What were you saying? Even
My question was, Prabhu, like basically was like we have a lot of people against us. How do we stand firm against all this pressure?
Yeah. Why is it a pressure? I don't understand that. Like, are they on your neck or something? Like nothing, right? You just you just say why it should be a pressure. Don't think about them. Like why you bother about what they want to say or what they just say. That's it.
Understood, Prabhu.
That's it. There's not. And actually, no. You asked something which is what I was trying to explain. And I lost. Um, yeah, the power to preach. So yeah, the power to preach. And I showed him this same purport as well.
Oh,
This Nandagopal Prabhu, the same purport I showed them. Property is all you can have, because they were showing off their property. It's a beautiful temple. I have to admit that, but it's nowhere near completion. From what their real project is, it is far, far away from completion. I think it will take another 20 years maybe to complete that, if it gets completed at all. But whatever they've done even until now, it's quite beautiful. I have to admit that. But that's what I mean. If I have beautiful temples and all, but I can't speak the truth, honestly, this is what I said, even to our devotee Satyam Sharma and all that. I said, see, the amount of property they have, amount of wealth they have, or the following they have, the number of devotees they have, they should be attacking these things like what Prabhupada did. Like scientific circles, they have to attack it, and this soul and like evolution theory he attacked, moon landing he attacked. I'm surprised when moon landing happened. There's a so-called Chandrayaan mission. They was just like, "Oh, congratulations! By Krishna mercy, you have reached the moon. Congratulations, ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization." What I mean, what is your strength here? I mean, tell something to their heads. That is a waste of a mission. You've wasted your money, collected some rocks or whatever. You don't even the water you can't find. Whereas your scriptures say there is Somarasa and there is Chandradev and Don't you find a dichotomy between the two? Like, what is going on? Are you not questioning anything? Why are you just celebrating? Blind or what? So, no opening, no speaking the truth at all. If they have that much power, they should use that to actually push the real agenda of what Prabhupada wanted. I mean, the real message. They're not doing it. And we, some small fries, we are doing it. We are making so much noise. And they can't even say one thing properly. Like, not one. I don't see a single rebuttal of any of these, you know. They have some, I mean, YouTube channels, I Love Mayapur and, Bhakti Today and, all this, My Ashray and all this. Uh, they're not challenging anything. They're just getting some fan following. That's all. That's all they're doing. There's no challenging, no challenge in there, no fight, no warrior spirit, nothing. Just, potency-less nonsense.
Yes,
Hare,
Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Mm.
Prabhu, like initially I saw
Who is this
your fight.
G? Who is this G? Top G. Is it? Who is this G? Gyani, is it?
He's Mohit Prabhu, I think.
Mohit? Why is it G?
Prabhu, it's like it's some mistake, Prabhu. Symbol mistake, Prabhu. Maybe I don't know.
But what is your name? Who are you?
Prabhu, my name is Mohit Prabhu. I
Mohit.
am from Karnataka actually. I
Your
was
camera
initially.
works?
Yes, Prabhu. Just a minute, Prabhu.
Thank you. Otherwise, how will I recognize her? I'm so impersonal. At least
Prabhu,
when you're talking. Hmm.
initially, like he was associated with ISKCON Bangalore actually. Like
Hmm.
in April this year of April, first video what of yours I saw is what with you're combating the one talk between TRS clips and Gaur Gopal
Oh.
Prabhu. Then
Hmm.
he was like it was a length of 8 minutes. Before that, I used to watch that video so many times regarding Bhagavad Gita. First video when I saw like you're combating every word of is with you used to show shlokas from Bhagavad Gita. It's like this. It's like this. It's like this. Every
Hmm.
single even every single argument you used to combat Prabhu like that. I used to wonder why ISKCON was. I initially did not know like ISKCON aim was to preach. Then I saw like you are combating even every argument with that, but like that no one till now had done that. Actually, like you had the power of speech. Actually, then I realized it, Prabhu.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I don't understand why they can't do it. So this is very simple thing to say. It's not even very. You don't even have to be bold to say that. For me, after that videos about Gaur Gopal and some devotees, of course, many of them are Gaur Gopal followers and they were upset. But those who are more sensible, they said that, wow, Prabhu, you are very bold to say this kind of thing. I was not feeling bold. I'm not, there's not particularly anything bold about it. I'm just irritated. I'm just damn irritated by what he's saying. And it's offensive that he can speak about Bhagavad Gita like that and get away with it. And nobody says anything and nobody stops him even. Even in ISKCON, he doesn't receive any chastisement. He's glorified as a great preacher and he's masquerading as some big sadhu and all. I wanted to smash him there. I mean, I was just so angry. That's all. I was not even like bold or something. I guess, but that's boldness probably. Because if you can speak the truth, it may be considered bold. Yeah, but for me, it was just annoying. I was annoyed. That's all. I was very annoyed. How can you just listen Bhagavad Gita being tampered like that and completely lost and representing Prabhupada? That angered me so much. So out of anger, I just did it.
Prabhu also Sanskrit learning course was there, no Prabhu. Like you have
Mm.
done it layer wise by layer wise. Like that, actually, this initiation should have been taken by ISKCON actually. No other temple other than yours have done like this, Prabhu. Like it's very very basic course, Prabhu. Like it was very wonderful. That too, each lecture was 3 hours and it was of 7 videos each. That No one has trained like that initially.
A lot more things still need to be done. But yeah, I mean, that was lockdown period, so we had time. So I wanted to do as many courses as possible. I was just doing it as live streams because I have no time to edit and post it. I could have done shorter videos with more nice looking. But I just thought, what, just go live and then let that recording be the course and let it be there like that. So
I think
yeah, I mean,
initially they don't have so many of these lectures because they cannot do it in the live stream way so properly. So they don't usually do any live streams at all. And if they did, they don't show the verses or anything, so it wouldn't be as good anyways. So or like benefit is that or the devotees can do those live sessions and they are really giving knowledge.
yeah. Yeah, that's what the power to preach. I mean, we should preach, and then eventually success will be there. Krishna will. We don't have to chase success. We just have to chase the truth, and then that's it. Satisfy Guru and Krishna. That's it. Rest all will be coming by their own this thing, their mercy. Okay, so do we have anything else now? Because I have some questions there in the chat section. I'll go to them because I think there are a few of them. I think. Um, Varun Prakash.
About that Sadhguru video, when I made it, I was thinking that while making it, I was not thinking so much that is it suitable because I got this idea in my mind that this has to be done, and I found that clip and I knew that this is the clip that we need to do. But after making it, I got a little bit like chastisement from some devotees that maybe you shouldn't have done like this, and it's too because then the string made that video, and when that video came, I got so much like um, comments that you shouldn't have maybe done that, and then I got a little bit scared. But then you say that it was like good. Then I got
Yeah.
happy to make that trending.
No. Please make it because I want hate comments. Let me tell you very clearly. I love hate comments, and that's exactly what I want. Because we can't see these people, um, comfortable in their, cheating. We have to shake them up, and honestly, that's what made me famous, even in ISKCON and HKM and even Gaudiya Math. Everybody knows that video of mine. And they say, especially that video, wow, that Sadhguru thing you have told so straightforward, nobody told like that. So so I mean, that is what devotees will actually hear. That is what makes devotees happy, because they want to see the truth. I mean, it should be told as it is. So don't bother. I mean, you did a very good job, in fact. Thank you. I should thank you for
Thank you so much.
Prabhu, actually, after this video was released, another video was released from ISKCON side. That ISKM is separate, ISKCON is separate. They were actually appreciating Sadhguru that we respect all sages who support Sanatana Dharma. Like that, Amavaglila Prabhu actually released one video. So saying that they completely said, we don't know about ISKM. ISKM is separate, ISKCON is separate to cover up their face actually.
Actually, that video was done by Ishwar Gauranga Prabhu, if I'm not wrong, isn't it? He showed Amaglila's clip glorifying Sadhguru,
Yes, Prabhu.
and my clip against him, and then he said that this person, like, showing me that I'm not from their ISKCON. Because some other YouTuber, he came around and then said, "Oh, you see, ISKCON, they blaspheme, say our sadhus, Sadhguru. You see how he's saying he's rascal." And this Ishwar Gauranga said, "This person is not from our sanstha, our institution." Then he showed Amoglila's video where he said, "Oh, he's glorifying something, about Sadhguru." This is how they just want to pander to these people.
Prabhu,
Okay,
actually,
so yeah,
after blaspheming you, the string channel got deleted.
yeah, good. I think that's nice result of what he got by doing that nonsense.
Yes, I was actually thinking also that something will come, and now I heard this that this whole channel has got deleted.
Yeah, YouTube banned his channel.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's like a direct reaction for what he's done. I mean, honestly, we should be wary of that because YouTube can do that to anyone.
Yeah, yes, Prabhu.
But I think particularly he was, you know, I think when we get more and more controversial, if our videos, because I have now too many plans, and also after this India trip, I am way more enthusiastic about making videos. I mean, I was always was, but thing was, I was getting myself busy with so many projects in this temple here that, and especially the temple building project for 3 years, it just ate me. It just ate me. It ate my, consumed my existence because there's so much work to do. But on the outside, you cannot. It doesn't look like I'm doing anything.
Yes.
But so much documentation, legal stuff, financial stuff, and website building, everything we have to do. And no, there's nobody. There's nobody here. And I had to head many of the departments of that project. And at the same time, I knew also it is a huge money, and how are we going to even raise it in 9 months? The anxiety was huge. And that 9 months is not just the 9 months, 1.5 years before that, it already started. And the deal started officially for 9 months. But before that, 1.5 years, there was so much back and forth, which we cannot share anywhere. Even it is, we can't even make a vlog about it. We cannot do nothing, and we have to do a lot of work about it. So somehow, all this thing is all now over behind us. And of course, it was bad because we lost money there, a lot of money. In fact, the most money I have seen that we have lost. So it's not nice, but at least now the focus is on preaching. And now, even now, my video upload is not going on because of the backlog. Because of this temple building project, there was so much backlog of other things which were not completed, like audits and all the boring stuff which is necessary, but it's not really the real preaching. So those things are taking up my time, and then I had to go to India and all of that. And also we had the book distribution marathon that was also going on. So anyway, now and after coming from India, I've understood how important it is, the media preaching. I always knew, but when I see the faces of the people who are impacted, and they tell that it is, they felt encouragement by these videos. And okay, and also another thing I noticed is when I was going to Delhi, I was initially going to be there only for 2 days, and I'm supposed to go to Guwahati, but that did not happen. So I ended up staying 5 days in Delhi. So because initially it was only going to be 2 days, so I just put an Instagram story. Yeah, I'm going to Delhi, and I also put it in WhatsApp here and there. And then I had like 8 to 9 meetups throughout those 2 days. It was very busy, and with each devotee, we spent considerable time like that. And some of them, actually, Pranjal is here. He came every single day actually. And Satyam, he was staying with us in Vrindavan, and in Delhi he was working. So, and he was far off in Noida, so it was a little bit difficult. But he was there in 2 days, and he even stayed overnight on the Friday night. So we had, I mean, 8 9 meetups, just with a very small following that I have. Imagine if we make videos on the this all these challenging topics, and we get more eyeballs. Next time I go to India, or Prabhu is going to India, I can just put this kind of Instagram post or whatever. And if I'm get active on Instagram as well, and even on TikTok of course is not in India, but that's for other countries. But Instagram and YouTube, and yeah, these two. Then just imagine if I'm suppose going to India, and I say, okay, in 1 month time I will be going to India, and then let me know whoever we can have meetups in all these places. And suppose 10%, like 15 people in Hyderabad, and some 12 people in Pune, or Ahmedabad, and here and there, Kolkata, and everywhere. I mean, if there are groups of people watching everywhere, and then they, okay, we will have a meetup or something, or we can have university preaching like that. I mean, so much scope, because so media is like at the funnel, at the top of the funnel, but then that can trickle down to actually physical meetups and maybe some of them will be more serious and then they will join up. So like that, like Satyam, he was with us and he is very fired up. He wants to join full time. So, and even Pranjal was very good. Of course, he'll still be working, but he's going to contribute in other ways, like in through his tech expertise, and maybe hopefully if maybe Pranjal also will join up, and Deepanshu is here. Yeah, he may join up. So we have some serious people, and that is only Delhi. Like when I went to Hyderabad, we had this college preaching. And I went to the college and we had this lecture. And then after the lecture was finished, there was one boy there who knew me because of my videos. And he just like introduced himself to Krishna consciousness like few months back. His father passed away about a year ago. And then he was going to this temple and somehow online he just saw our videos and then he watched my videos as well. So he was like shocked. How can this person be here in my college? So the thing is, and we can reach out, you see. And when we have this outreach to so many people, and then we just go there and have these programs, in a like blitz, like go here 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, or 1 week, have the programs and encourage the devotees, set up something, go to the next place. So we can actually spend like 6 weeks, 6 different places, or even more, 10 different places, if we have more viewership online. So we can take this online media preaching actually very very seriously. And I've heard of the Nimanita Prabhu and all. You all had a meetup on the media. I wanted to participate, but I was busy with the India thing, whatever I was doing. Maybe you all carry on whatever you're doing, but I have so many plans of so many video ideas already, and I just have to now. I started working on that abortion video, which I was talking about since 2 years. So finally, after coming back from India, I started. So every day I'm doing something, at least like 2 hours working on it. So that might get released soon, and I might need help for videos on my own channel, um, with editing and kind of fact collection and what is it called, design,
Yes.
screen, I mean the animations, designing, all these things. So I may ask some devotees for help, and I will not too much disturb, because one other thing that has to go out is the wisdom bites, like those shots that Sami Prabhu did, or the Sadguru shot. That kind of shots. There are so many such moments in the lectures,
Yes, Prabhu.
not shots
I've been so
and
many
wisdom.
times also saying about this, that there is so many in our own, because now we have been doing so many Prabhupada Vani, but when I started to do those wisdom bites, I was thinking to make, because I know that ISKCON has their like front face devotees that are, everybody knows them. So I wanted that in ISCAM we also start to promote our own devotees with those short videos, because they do really well. And this is really nice to hear that it has some effect, because from here far away, I'm just editing some videos. I just upload it and then I see just some numbers. That doesn't tell
Yeah,
me much, but when I hear that in the field, it has some effect that people have seen those videos, and by those videos they notice or devotees. So that gives a lot of like motivation, and it gives proof that there is some effect on this that we are doing.
exactly. Exactly. For me also, it was just numbers, and I see just the names or numbers, even in comment section. But it's nice to see the faces. And actually, when you go there and people just remember your face because they've seen the videos. So that is very, I mean, it's tangible. I mean, you can see the effect and they're actually inspired. And then, so, I mean, we should take advantage of that. And there's so many moments, when I used to edit video wisdom bites, at one point I was editing wisdom bites. So I would take a Prabhu's, Sundagopal Prabhu's lecture or my lecture. If it is like, say, 2 hours long, 1.5 hours long, say, I will just go to the, I mean, I will watch the thing, and wherever I think, okay, this will be good, I will just mark, okay, 25 minutes, 34 seconds, okay. Then I will just go, okay, until 27 minutes, 36 seconds, okay. Then I will just mark everything that is shareable. And I'll just go all the way, full. And I will make from one video, I used to make around 12 to 15 wisdom bites just from one lecture. And then I'll go to the next lecture. So that's how I used to do. And then I got derailed because of all these projects and all that. But I was doing this myself. In 2019, I was editing the own wisdom bites. I was editing myself. and I would still want to do it, provided I have time. But I have some other projects because Wisdom Bites, I feel devotees who are, I think Sami Prabhu is very good at this, to identify those. I think some of you also can do that actually. To identify those, I call it I have a term for that, and Radhika Saki Mataji knows this. Heart attack content. It should attack the heart. It should feel, the viewer must feel something. Either it's like, wow, that was, either he's irritated, like Sadhguru's, like all those hate comments, or he's, wow, this person is speaking the truth. Wow, he said it. Or it should be like, okay, it should instill some guilt. Okay, you know what? I'm not following that. I'm not doing that. I should do that. So something, it should affect the heart, not like, yeah, Krishna had the yellow dhoti. Yeah, fine. What are you doing? What are you doing? So something, I call it heart attack content. It should attack the heart. So um, so that kind of thing, identifying those things, and then just first step should be just, okay, watch the lecture and then, okay, note down, okay, pause, note down the timestamp, okay, note down the timestamps, okay, from this to this, maybe a topic there. Just have that list either on a book or on a, if it's a digital, whatever, and then go back and then cut, just go on cutting, and then get all those pieces together, make those things. And if you want to add overlays to that or something, you can have the graphic designer. Or I was I was actually not doing much of that. I was just cutting and posting it because it was too much otherwise for me. So, um, but if you want to overlay some graphics, and yeah, you can have a graphic designer who can, okay, I want this. So this is the concept I want. I want a graphic for this. I want a graphic for this. So for each of those videos, okay, this is a list. Okay, this is what I want for a graphic, and then give it to the graphic designer, and then he just creates those things on Canva and then submits, and then just overlay on top everywhere, and that's it. And even for the timestamps, like at this timestamp I want this overlay for this long, so like that. So that's how I would do my own videos, like even those Gaur Gopal videos. That's how I did. Okay, I batch those tasks. I first do an A cut, rough cut. So first I watch the video and I get angry first, and then, okay, for which ones I can really um, say something about strongly. So just I will just put all those things and then talk to the camera. You know, to tell you honestly, that Gaur Gopal, that Bhagavad Gita video, the TRS clips, that when I spoke to the camera, that footage was 2 hours plus, and the final video was 36 minutes. That is how much I cut away. So because I ramble a lot, and then I just take what is really essential. So that has a whole different flow from the lectures cutting. Lectures cutting is most simple, in fact. You just have the whole video already done, and you just have to like choose from there, and that's it. You can have shorts, you can have wisdom bites. I think that should be done. If other devotees can take up this lecture cutting, then I can like confidently, because there the content will be going on, and
Yeah.
also I can produce my own videos which is like topic based, like abortion or Chandrayaan, this projects which I want to focus on actually. And another thing I was thinking was, these Joe Rogan podcasts and Lex Fridman podcasts. These are like big podcasts, and they always invite an expert in some topic, and then they will, speak in long form conversations, and clips from that, get shared in the internet here and there. And these experts, they have sometimes such wholly, I mean, completely wrong conceptions about something, and I really want to say something about it. And then because I have so many already other projects, so it gets like, so that is what I want to actually do on my channel, like reaction videos to many of these, and not simply to scold them, call them bad names, but actually address the philosophy or whatever the point is, and actually present the proper way, the conclusion from that, in a very intelligible way, in a decent way, and not out of disrespect for them, but to show the better thing. So in that way, I want to do those videos, and that's really my where I want to go with my YouTube channel and the Instagram and whatever. So if the lectures, actually there's so much in the lectures. Every lecture there's so many things that you can cut out and do these things. So we have to have a team on that actually. some, I don't know if that was discussed in the recent media meetup.
Yes, Prabhu. That was little bit there, but not so much. There was like two persons or something like this who said that we'll make wisdom bites of our own videos. But I will be starting this like today. I will start this and make like 6 months. I will commit totally for this. But
Wow.
I've been also because I want to also like try to travel there soon. So I've been at least Ratha Yatra time. I because the last Ratha Yatra I was supposed to come and then it didn't. So next Ratha Yatra I'm praying and trying to do my best so I can come there and meet you also.
Oh, that'll be so good if you come here.
Yes, Prabhu.
That'll be so. Why didn't you come last year? What was the reason?
Last year I had like money problems and then there was so much going on here also. And also
Oh,
I have some health issues sometimes. So I need to balance it with that the coming
what
there.
kind of health issue you have?
I have this stomach disease, this IBD.
IBS?
IBD. It's like Crohn disease.
What does it do?
It gives a lot of problems. Like it's really painful condition, and usually when I have medicine for it, it's stable. But traveling, I'm not like so comfortable yet with traveling with it. But I think I could tolerate some some weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. I could tolerate.
It means what? Irritable bowel syndrome or something?
Yeah, it's kind of similar, but it's a little bit like more harder because this IBS it's more milder version, but this IBD
Wow.
and this began when I was like 2 or 3 years old. And it's that
Whoa. Really?
yeah, it's been causing a lot of problems, but like since 9 years I've been having medicine for it, and it's been like stable with that. So I've been
So
managing.
I just wanted to find out, like, did you have, when you were an infant, how long did you have your mother's milk?
I didn't have. That's the thing that I think.
That's the thing.
Yeah. And
That's the
also my
thing.
mother was drinking and she was smoking when she was waiting for me. So all this caused a lot of problems.
Uh-huh. And you did not at all have her milk?
No.
See? And this is a common theme. When the child does not get like at least 1.5 to 2 years of mother's milk, it becomes, he will have in the future a lot of this, health issues and
Yes,
immunity
bro.
problems and
Yeah.
this kind of stuff.
And I took so many
That's why I immediately asked you that.
antibiotics because as child, I kept getting sick over again. And I went doctor and they didn't know what it is, why he's getting sick. And they kept pushing antibiotics. And I took so many, like many years I kept eating and eating. And then it got like worse. I kept getting more sick. But eventually
Mm.
it started to ease up a little bit. So now it's like stable. But I don't know yet traveling what it will do. But
Mm.
but I've decided that whatever it is, I want to come there like as soon as possible. This year is if I mean next year when it changes now in a few weeks. So at least in summer.
I think you will be quite all right here because the weather here is like the best weather you can think of, and the whole year it doesn't change. It's just the
Yes, bro.
same weather. Climate doesn't change at all, and it's not too cold, it's not too hot. It can be a little bit hot sometimes in the afternoon when you go out really, but otherwise it's very mild. The whole year it's like this. It's like heaven here. Hmm. Wow. Okay. Good. Yeah, it'll be nice to see you here. And I think we should have two people working on Wisdom Bites is way too less, honestly.
Yeah.
We should have like 20 to 30 devotees working on this. That's how much we should actually be having.
Yes, Prabhu.
Anyway, I have some devotees even in Delhi when I met, and not only Delhi, even otherwise. There's some devotees who wanted some service. So I said, okay, you can do this video editing. And it's not
Yeah.
really like real video editing art or something. You just have to cut. That's all.
Yes.
Like cut at the
Actually,
right
the
time and
system by itself, it's not so long to do if we don't because one doesn't need to add too much background footage for that. The subtitles and the logos on the top right corner and the ISCAM logos, that it looks clean. Then it's like, because they anyways the most important part is the what they're gonna hear there, the message. So the background footage, we don't have to use too much time for that. Something simple, and the
Exactly.
uploading should be regular. That's the thing, that
Mm.
in a week there should be a certain amount of videos coming out regularly.
Yeah, yeah. So we have to organize that a little bit, and we should really like up the quantity of
Yes.
our uploads. And the more we upload, the more it will reach, and some videos will, attract some classes of people. But we should always choose heart attack content,
Yes, bro.
because you know what happens if we just share videos which are not so punchy, then they'll be like, people will be, okay, I asked him has released one more video, okay, something. But when we release all punchy videos, then they expect, okay, they have released something else, okay, what it is. So there should be some anticipation, and there should be a character to our videos, in the sense that, okay, I asked him release the video means there is something like, force in that, so that they should feel. That's why I always call it heart attack content. If I post something, it has to be a heart attack content,
Yes, sir.
not anything.
I remember this term now. I try to use it also.
Hare Krishna
And
Prabhu.
hate comments, I'm very comfortable with hate.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Yes, you are. Did we meet?
Yes,
Did you
Prabhu.
come?
Prabhudur. Prabhudur. I mean,
Yeah, Prodhatur. Yes, yes, yes. Hey,
how are you, Prabhu?
wait a second. You are not that nerd. Who's that nerd? What is his name? Classic nerd.
Sujit.
Sujay Prabhu.
What is that again?
Sujay Prabhu.
What? I
Sujai.
couldn't hear
Sujay.
you. Sujay?
Yes, Prabhu. My name is Vivek Prabhu, but I mean,
Yeah,
another person is Sujay Prabhu.
yeah. I do understand. Yeah, both of you are very nice, but it's just, he's a little bit of a funny character. So because I was like that before, so I can very much relate to
Yes,
him.
Prabhu.
But yeah, I was not so absent-minded as to not know which year happened what. But yeah, but he's kind of a flavor of my type of person when I was a teenager. So that's why he is funny to
Yes,
me.
Prabhu.
So yeah, what was your
How are you,
question now?
Prabhu?
I'm good.
No,
How have you been?
I mean, it's good, Prabhu. I mean, you told me that, video editing, Prabhu, we can take some courses like outside, we can, train, so we can do best videos. So I'm thinking
Okay.
so.
If you want to learn at least the basics and get up and running, you don't have to go anywhere. There are enough. You know what, Sami Prabhu, if you can, because I know a few videos, but when I watch them, I actually learned video editing all from YouTube. So I never learned for anywhere else. So I think Sami Prabhu, I think all of you are like that, right?
Yes, Prabhu. Just 2 years
Yeah.
ago, I started this video editing. I didn't even have a computer. Rishikesh Prabhu was starting video editing, and I was seeing he starting, and I got motivated that I want to do some service also. I'm far away, I cannot do much. So I just bought the computer and opened YouTube, and then it just started like that.
Yeah, you see, that's how we learn. So if you can do one thing, instead
Yes,
of
true.
them going and finding out like what needs to be done and how to learn this and how to learn that, if the
Yes,
basics
Prabhu.
like how to cut, if you have those tutorial videos somewhere,
Yes, Prabhu.
maybe you can just compile a playlist so that any new editor, he'll just quickly get up and running on a software which they can use. I guess some of them edit on their phones. I don't know how they do that, but I mean, I did on phone, but I don't know how they can work with a small screen like that. Maybe it's comfortable now.
Like,
I don't know.
Yes, Manu Prabhu was
But
they'll use apps, Prabhu. Like, apps are there, so
I
many apps,
have,
Prabhu.
yes, I also use that, but I find when I do it on a desktop, it's much more easier for me. How do you do
Yes,
it, Sami
Prabhu.
Prabhu?
I do on computer usually.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I find
Uh,
it's easier with a bigger screen to work with and all.
Yeah, and
On phone,
downloading content is easier with computer than with phone.
What's that again?
Like downloading some background footage and adding them it feels easier with with
Exactly.
computer than phone.
Yeah. But I guess they can make. I mean, I'm seeing some of those devotees make it on their phone. I don't know, but it's nice. It's acceptable quality kind of videos. Not too bad. So if they're comfortable with phone, fine. So if we can have like a playlist of phone video editing, like basics, not like all those effects and all that, just like basic cutting and overlaying and image or whatever. Those small things which we generally use for wisdom bites and shorts.
Yes, Prabhu.
If you can have a playlist of for mobile editing and on desktop editing also, which software you use, um, as long as you know the technique, it's okay, whichever software. But I think DaVinci Resolve is free. I have Final Cut Pro, but that's you have to buy it. So, and
Yeah.
Adobe is a subscription, so that's completely out of the question. So I think maybe on computer, what do you use, Shami Prabhu?
I use DaVinci Resolve also.
Oh, you use DaVinci Resolve.
Yes, bro.
Okay, so that's interesting because that's free and it's Omni, like Windows and Mac and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually good. I wanted to try it, but never got the. I mean, never got the opportunity. But I still use Final Cut Pro even now. But
Yes,
like I have it on my computer, so I just use it.
they all work kind of the same way. If you know
Yeah,
one,
yeah, yeah.
then you will know other.
Yes, I agree. I agree. So yeah, as long as you have the techniques, you get the technique, and you
Yeah.
just figure it out on the thing, and you can do it. So Sami Prabhu, maybe you can like compile those small playlists of maybe 5 or 6 videos for like a starter pack, a starter guide, something like that,
Yes, bro.
for mobile and for desktop. And then whoever wants to do the video editing, we can just give them and then guide them. Okay, give them about 2 weeks to like go through them and like practice a little bit, and then start over, start the save up.
Yes, bro.
So that will be, I think, easier because if we just ask them to edit and we don't know where they're coming from, and they do some crap
Yes,
jobs and
Prabhu.
then get
That's right.
irritated, and they will get irritated at the same time. So demoralized.
Yes, Prabhu. This is best thing to do. I mean,
Yeah,
like
this happens.
we can record screen record we can do, and we can tell them
Oh,
like
you're talking about screen record. I was just thinking just source videos from YouTube and then just put it in a playlist.
Yeah.
no,
Like
Prabhu.
you don't even
I'm
have to do the
saying
video.
okay,
Something
okay,
like
okay.
that. Mm.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Prabhu, it will be like we have to download those video and we need to cut and do it, Prabhu.
Mm. Yes.
Isna, Prabhu?
Yes. We have to download the video and cut them.
Yeah, Prabhu, it's no issue. We can do like that. Like Prabhu, what we need to do is like wisdom. It's initial around 15-second intro will come and after the ending also it's
Yes. So I don't want it to be a 15-second intro. It should be maximum 3 seconds or something. I don't even want more than that
okay.
because I want to get to the topic.
Yes,
Because
Prabhu.
yeah, it's the kirtan may be nice and all that, but honestly, every video starts like that. Then it's like a little bit, you know, it should be just quick and fast. Max five, never more than five. It should be 3 or 4 because people attention span. I mean, honestly, they will just run away.
And just years, because in 2015 or something like this, they could easily watch. It's just in some years how the attention span has gone down.
Yes. And the shorts is actually fueling that even more. Every
Yeah.
second counts. And with that, they're used to that kind of a fast pace and all. You put a 15-second intro, come on, I mean, nobody's going to watch anything.
Yes, Prabhu.
You can actually see the analytics of the video dropping big time, plunge, like a dive down a cliff, jumping to death, like that. The video is jumping to its own death.
Yes, Prabhu.
So, in the questions in the chat, I just wanted to. Dharani Bharati, is that a Mataji?
That wasn't also.
Probably.
Prabhuji.
What is that? Oh, it's a direct message. So, I'm Dharani Bharati. I want to dedicate my whole life to Krishna, but I'm 16 years old. Prabhu / Mataji. What is that? I mean, Hare Krishna Prabhu / Mataji. Oh, okay. Here there are no Matajis. So anyway, sometimes I would chant 42 rounds and 22 rounds, 16 rounds because I'm from non-devotee family. If I have school, then I will chant minimum 2 rounds. I cannot able to unmute because my mother will scold me. Okay. So what am I supposed to do? There's no question there, isn't it? Please answer by your answer. She wants an answer, but I don't know what the question is though. I want to dedicate my whole life to Krishna. Okay, but she's 16 years old. She chants sometimes 42, 22, 16 and 2 rounds from non-devotee family. Okay. Well, I don't know where you're from. If you can associate with any devotees, a temple nearby. If you don't have a temple nearby, I think ISKM preaching centers will start all over India, I think, quite soon. Because when I went to Tirupati and Proddatur, I told them, I don't want these visits to be just a one off hit and run, one hit wonders. I wanted them to be sustainable and there should be follow up. There should be a preaching center that should start here. Every one of these programs should have um, should lead into a preaching center. It should not be like, okay, one program we had, here are the photos, here are the videos, we had a fun time, we are big preachers, and that's it. Gone for good. That's not what we want. So we want everywhere that we go, a preaching center should start. And if they're not like a big preaching center yet, okay, connect on WhatsApp, on Telegram, have a group, meet up, distribute books, have just a table space somewhere in the city. Open up the table, get some books, pull some fund up, get some funding, and that funding usually best is to have an account. So to register the trust, you should have a trust, society or a trust, and then you have to have a bank account for that. But if you can't register, we can start off as a branch of Puducherry. It's called ISKM Puducherry, sorry, and then get a bank account done, and then people can donate. You can actually start collecting donations and use that fund to purchase books. Because if the other way, if you don't have a fund, you know what happens? How to purchase books? It's like you have to purchase from ISKCON and sell them at cost price because you don't want to have any profit or making money out of those books and keeping in your account. So it is just like the money will go to ISKCON and then you are doing book distribution, but you won't get any funds for the temple, for the preaching. And if you don't make any profit at all, then how are you going to have money for buying things for prasadam distribution or buying more books or anything, organizing festivals or anything like that? So you have to learn think of how to make money for the temple as well from the book sales. Of course, you can't make too much in India. In here, we can make margin can be a little bit higher, little bit sometimes a little more than that. But yeah, not exactly answering the question, but I'm saying that wherever we are going now, that Prabhu asked me that at least 2 to 3 times a year I have to go to India. So he was saying, but he of course he did not say when and when. We did not have the specifics of the conversation yet, but he said I have to go and he has to go. Like he went and he was there for 3 months. I was there for about 5 weeks, one month, 1 week. Part of it also because of my father passed away and whatever. But preaching happened seriously for about like say 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. We had like preaching programs everywhere, and so if we can spend a full 1 month, 1.5 month on preaching alone and going many places, at least 1 week in a place. Because not only for the big programs, oh, we did a university program. It's not about only those big programs because we have to stay with them and give them encouragement. I know, stay with them overnight and do the morning program with them, classes, and teach them a little bit of mridanga because they have to learn those things. So that is what our intention is now. Wherever we go, we're going to have at least 2 or 3 visits to India. At least myself, maybe 2 for a start in a year, and then Prabhu will go. So that will be like 3 from our side already. So that will be a good few months of the year. So if we can use that time to and that's why this media is important, because the wisdom bites, people start to recognize the person's face, and wherever you go, you can have that. Okay, Sundagopal Prabhu is coming, Tattvavit is coming, Nimanita Prabhu is coming. Nimanita Prabhu, he's already famous. So we should make more of those. So then they recognize our devotees. Okay, then they will be willing to meet. They'll be willing to meet. So that's why media is important. And then couple that with these visits. That's a huge strategy. And then when we meet there and we have centers. So in your place, I don't know where you're from. I don't know if you have received the message yet on the chat. Did you mention where are you from? Dharani, it's a Prabhuji, really? Okay. So, are you a man or a woman? You're a woman, but the name seems like Dharani. It's almost like a female name. I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong. Dharani Bharati. It's like for me. It's like sounds like a female. Are you male or female? Can you like chat? I mean, send me a chat message. Somebody is saying it's a Prabhuji. Karthi is saying it's a Prabhuji.
Yes, he also said Prabhuji, but maybe he's using his mother's account or something. There was one Prabhuji
Yeah.
mother's accounts.
So okay. I call this UX, UX, user experience. You have to make the other person understand, like, at least, yeah, you may be using their account, but at least tell your name there or something. Otherwise, how am I going to understand? How am I going to answer the question? Because if you're a girl, I would answer differently. If you're a boy, I would answer differently. Because as a girl, you can't stay overnight and all that. You have to come in the morning or something. A boy, you can stay overnight with if we have a preaching center in your place or anywhere near you, and we can talk about brahmacharya. You can come and say whatever. We can talk about all these things, but girl is different. You got to get married, and you got to stay with the parents until then, and then navigate through online seva or something. So I have to know. So yeah, we're gonna have preaching centers everywhere. I think that will be the next phase of ISKM, especially in India, but I want it all over the world as well. Like
Yes.
even in Finland, for example.
Yes, Prabhu, I've been trying to work on this because Prahlad Prabhu also many years, always when we meet, he says, oh, when are you going to start? When you're going to open something and when you're going to do something. So I'm always looking for opportunities. And also I got this new apartment because before I used to live with one Mataji, I had like girlfriend for 5 years who I met just before I found Krishna consciousness. And I was living with her for 5 years. We were in the same apartment. And now I got like two separate apartments. So I could dedicate one place more, like it's totally on like temple atmosphere and only for Krishna conscious activities. So now I got the separate place. So I will try to make this more like a preaching center place. And I got a lot of books and I got like everything ready here. And there is a few devotees in Finland also that there is one Eero Prabhu, and he's now making a moving closer to me. And now we have this place, then we can start doing something. And next summer, I want to like start this regular book distribution and things like this. Because we have the book supply, we have the place, we have everything. Now it's just a question of doing it and like working.
For the book distribution, you should have a regular place in the city where you can try out a few locations also, like whichever feels nice, whichever feels like you can sell more books there, you can find that, and then maybe 2 weeks here and the 2 weeks there and the 2 weeks there, whatever, whichever works for you. And you should always keep in mind what is the, like for example, Christmas or something. Are there kind of trade fairs in Finland?
Yes, Prabhu.
Like
Yeah.
you
In
should get a
Chinatown
stall.
really often. It's like every day the marketplace is so busy and there is people selling toys and whatever they can make, handmade things. It's like anyone can come there and just put their table and sell.
That's where we should go. Those flea markets are the place to go. And there you can have a table. Anywhere there is a market, always have a stall there. Get the organizer's number and contact details and contact, and okay, can I have a stall? How much is it? Okay, negotiate something. Get a table there and then start. So we do that in Singapore a lot. We have, because here there is a lot of restrictions on what you can do on the streets. Everything needs a permit, and many things they won't even give it. So we will get those permits if needed, and then we go out. And whenever there are these trade fairs, we're always getting a stall every single time. So it will cost some money, but actually you will make back that money in the sales. Make way more than that. um, if you're going to depend on only your income to fund this, it will be difficult. Yeah. For a start it's okay, but eventually you should have a fund which is like a common fund where people can like donate to or contribute or something like that. Then you can, with that fund, but first thing is go out and preach, and every person you sell a book to, you have to, we will stay connected. We can, any doubts you have, you can always, we can connect. So you take their numbers and put them in a database, and also on your phone, not only on your phone. Like we use the CRM system in Singapore, customer relationship management system. That's for usually corporates, but it's good to have even for us, and it's very, very useful. Even if not that, there are simple CRM systems. HubSpot that we have is a little bit complex, a little bit more feature rich, but there are simple systems as well which don't cost a lot. It's low on subscription fees, but they're very good for holding contacts and starting deals with them, how to organize everything. It's all made up for you. You don't even have to do many things. But if not even that, at least on a Google sheet, never on an Excel sheet on your computer. That is 20th century. Now we're 21st century. It has to be cloud based. So anything that we can share with other devotees who are working with you, who can, okay, this festival is coming, maybe we can ask for sponsorships from some people, or just invite them, not even ask for anything, just invite them for a program. We are going to have this small weekly festival, we have some feast, we have some nice discussion on philosophy, and just call them and just touch base with them. How are you reading? Everything's going fine? How's your life? Whatever, just like small talk, whatever. Just keep in touch with people. Always take their contacts, because otherwise a book sold is just gone, and
Yes.
you have to have contact with the person. So with that, everything will start, and you can go on. Can you do Harinam thing in Finland?
Yes, Prabhu. And there is, because this, the maybe not the most like, and because here the place, there is so less people. It's like nowhere is busy, and you cannot find even the police anywhere, or even if you did something, that it would take so long for them to come to the place, because there is so less police also, and so you could, and they don't, Finnish people, they don't like much noise, so some people might get annoyed, but it's just they getting annoyed, so that's the most that could come out of it, but like bad things. But yeah, I don't think there would be no problems, and there is so many nice places where, because the country is full of parks and like beaches, it's full of lakes. There is so many lakes, and people gather around the lakes always, so those places could be always used.
Yeah, yeah. So try it out, and then we can have a preaching center there. However many small, it doesn't matter. Start something, a regular book distribution, like that. Connecting with people and then inviting them for a small weekly festival. I mean, Sunday Love Feast, just
Yes.
like that, and then it will build up. It will gain ground over time. So that has to be done everywhere. This has to be done, and yeah, I have some checklist of all things that we need to do for beginning a center. I was just thinking about all these things when I was in these places. So wherever you are, I mean, this person, Dharani, no, what is his name actually? I don't know. Son of Dharani, who is this? Varun Prakash is saying Satyam, Dipanshu, and I will all open together. Yeah, that's the spirit. That's the spirit. We have to have centers on the ground. All this media should translate into centers all over the country, India, and all over the world as well. So all over the world we will tackle, but most of our viewership is in India right now. So we'll increase in India because it's anyway increasing there. So we should put more effort there. And for the world, we should combat this. That's why these videos where Joe Rogan podcast, Lex Fridman podcast, these I want to attack because the viewers are, outside India as well. And that's where, if we can tell them, okay, show the real perspective of things on so many subjects, we can talk about any subject under the sun.
Prabhu, there is Joe Rogan and Sadhguru podcast, Prabhu, that at least.
Hare Krishna, I don't even touch that. The scrap. We'll do a video on Sadhguru alone. that was not even good. I saw some clips from that. It was not talking even sense. It was talking some crazy stuff. So I don't want to even like touch that, because that will again get back to the Indian. That is Indian, like Sadhguru, whole video completely, you know, showing
Prabhu,
his
what about Osho?
yeah, maybe,
Prabhu, what about
but
Osho?
yeah, even Osho. I mean, we can do, we will do, but Osho anyway, he anyway talks like a fool. I don't know who will like him. Some people are like, he's not so popular right now. He was very much before, not as much right now. Sadhguru, yes, he's very much this thing. So I want to attack that person definitely, but just about his philosophy. I don't want to bring Joe Rogan's podcasts and all this is because when they have guests who are like expert in certain scientific, circles, or some
Prabhu,
philosophy
Elon
kind of
Musk.
people.
Joe Rogan, Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Yeah, I mean, some Elon Musk. He always says we have to occupy other planets too. So
Prabhu,
those
can we
ideas.
do each sannyasis who each bogus sannyasis or GBCs?
No, that we should not do. That is what we should not do. We should never attack the person. That is called ad hominem attacks. Ad hominem means attacking the person instead of the philosophy. That's the route I don't want to take. See, we have to also then, what message we will be sending if we just attack people. Okay, he did this, he did that. We know they're crap. I mean, yeah, if that we can speak on a more private level. But I don't want to make videos, okay, he did illicit sex with this. Then people will just look at us, okay, these guys are just, what, they just squeal and squeal and squeal. Enough of these people. They're just full of they have nothing nice to say, and they're just exposing, okay, this, like, news channels. They have only bad stories to tell because then they will have viewership. We don't want to become like that. We want to um, have intelligent conversations in the society. We want to spark intelligent conversations. Like Chandrayaan, for example. I just don't want to bash ISRO. Oh, Indian space is a waste of time. No, I want to intelligently address the situation. For example, let them think like, okay, landed on the moon, nothing there but rocks. Okay, fine. But Shastra says in this way. So now, what is the how to reconcile these two things? Should we just does that mean that all our shastras are like complete waste? Is just talking nonsense? What is cosmology in our Vedas? And in this way, like let them to think. And even if I collect some rocks or
You mean
whatever,
you mean you mean
it
conspiracy type
is
of things?
not exactly. I mean, we just want to show like not conspiracy. Conspiracy theory videos are like they sound wacky. And I don't want to sound wacky. We want to sound logical. So we have to present it in a
Yes,
very
actually,
authoritative way.
I have seen in Instagram and Facebook that when Vedic any kind of ISKCON or any kind of Shastric people talks about this conspiracy theories, and he puts the logic behind this according to Vedic science, then it gets a lot of views.
Yeah. Anyway, that is my mission. So I will work on my videos, but I want you all to work on those wisdom bites, because in the wisdom bites also in the lectures also I actually touch upon some of my video ideas in the lectures, and sometimes I go a little bit at length also. You can even make those clips and make those into videos. So um, on my channel I will do a more comprehensive ones on those topics, but wisdom bites is what I need help with, because for the ideas about what I want to do I have too many ideas, and I will work on them. But for your case you don't have to think about those things. um, what I need help with is these wisdom bites and shorts, because they just get a lot more views nowadays. That's the algorithm. So we just have to ride on that algorithm, and also have a good mix of many shorts and a few. Not when I say few, it's not like two a week. It's like 20 a week. That's few, and shorts 50 a week. Like that kind of thing we have to get to. That is what we have to aim for minimum. Like if you want to have real um, presence. So that's what I need help with. So if you all can work with that, ideas plenty. I mean, ideas there are plenty. So yeah, so anyway, you want to join full time. This is Dharani's son or whoever. So for now, just join with us on the online things, and then anyway, you're a minor still, and we will have more preaching centers hopefully in the future, but that'll take time. For now, if you want to connect with us, and if you can spend some time in Puducherry somehow in the temple atmosphere, travel for a bit, then that's good. Otherwise, you start. I mean, you read Prabhupada's books every day. Don't miss that. And morning program, if you can do, even if it is very low volume or whatever, all the song and everything you should learn. And read Prabhupada's books and chant Hare Krishna. Not like one time 2 rounds and one time 42 rounds. Like make it steady. And yeah, work what you can do. You should do, and then pray to Krishna to open more doors for you. So that's how it works. How to join full time means, and that's a leap, right? So whatever is within my control, I should do. I should not slack in that. And then pray to Krishna for more opportunity, more opportunity. In that way, Krishna will open more doors. So for now, you just work on your chanting, steady, make it stable, 16 rounds, and then read Prabhupada's books every single day. Don't miss out on that at all. And morning program. And try to see prasadam as well. Prasadam, if you don't eat, then otherwise you will lose the inspiration. Mind will become contaminated. So if you eat prasadam, so these four things, if you can somehow do, and associate with online with the lectures and whatever, and if you can do also seva, that's well and good. And then slowly let's see how it opens up, because anyway now you're 16, you cannot really do many things, you cannot really run away from your house, nothing like that. Now you have to tolerate another at least 2 years, you have to tolerate, if not more. So but in the meantime, increase your um, desire more. It's good that you don't want to join full time, that's a very noble thought, and you should do it. But now do your best. So to qualify for joining full time, Krishna has to select you, right? So to please him, you must do it. You must do the sadhana properly, and then it will come nice.
Prabhu,
One
I
who
have
has
one
been
question
out
actually.
and reviewed scriptures and who has firm faith in Krishna's class.
Prabhu, I have one question.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
so as I told you that I live in Midnapur, and here in the Neo ISKCON Center. So I think few weeks ago, I went there to buy beads, and because I want a new bead. So they just asked me that are you devoted because you're chanting 16 rounds and you're putting tilak or everything. I said yes, I'm a devotee. So he told me that okay, which guru or which famous kind of brahmacharya you follow? And I said, I follow his grace Sundar Prabhu. So he didn't know about that. So, he, he got my contacts and I gave them. So because, they were asking that, if he good that if come in the evening or in the morning programs, it will be very good. I said, okay, I will try. So, they take my number and everything. They took my number and everything. So, if next time if I go there, and if they ask that okay well you know what wire reform or should I tell them that I'm from ISKCON or ISKCON and should I preach that this restricted system or everything like in a small scale, but how can I do this?
So when of course, now I am having saffron cloth and all that. Now, when you go there, if you don't want them to like really follow up with you, or then you should not like of course, if you can preach, it's well and good. But if it's going to be like a situation where you cannot go back to the temple and cannot get anything, even your supplies or books or whatever, mala or tilak or anything like that. So if you want to maintain a way where they don't really check on you much, then you have to look like just an ordinary outsider. I was just buying. My friend wanted some mala, so I'm just buying something like that. Oh, you're a devotee?
Prabhu,
Yes,
I
yes.
have
Actually, thanks.
Prabhu,
Rounds. No.
Prabhu, from that temple, there was one boy who actually studied in my school, and I think that if I preach to him about this district system, maybe he can, what, he can read about this thing. But I don't know that in future he will introduce me with those temples management, and maybe they will create a scene that I don't want. But no, I can. preach to him personally because he's in my school.
See, yeah, you can preach to him. What I'm saying is, when you go there, if you don't want them to check on you, you just have to pretend like you're an outsider. And if they, okay, if maybe the conversation will come to a point, now it has already come to a point where, they know you're chanting and everything. You just say, I'm following the Ritvik system actually. I scam, I follow online like this. So, yeah, that's what I'm following. Just, you can just say like that, and then not like, attack them or something like fight with them. Don't have to. Even for me, when the ISKCON Hyderabad, he started it. Actually, I was just saying, who is the Guru Maharaj? I just said Prabhupada because I follow the Ritvik system. I just said that with even a smiling face. In fact, then he started. Just think about it. 99%, 1%, and all this started. Then of course I will start back. I will not sit silent if somebody is going to just talk from nonsense. So then it of course will happen. But the thing is, I don't have to go back there every single time. But if I'm a person who's going to go back there every single time, and that's going to be um, conspicuous. And of course, eventually they may even ban or something like this. So anyway, never mind. You just since they already know what is happening with you, you just say I'm just following the Ritik system, and yeah. And if they say, oh no, you should know what is the Guru system and all this, yeah, but this book is there. You can just ask them. You know, I have this book IA 77. Somebody gave me. I just want to know your opinion. Like, what do you think about this book? Maybe you can go through it. This is why actually I'm Ritvik, because I read this book. Maybe you can go through and maybe I can come and meet you. You can tell me what you think, and then you can have a discussion like that in a humble way. You can just put it as if you don't know, and you just learned it from the book, and you say, "This is what they're saying." Prabhupada said like this, and that's for me. It is clear when I'm reading this. What do you think? Like, what do you say? Then no, no, no. This is you should. He will say something else. You just gently bring him back to the point. Okay, but I just want to because for my doubts to be cleared, I just want a proper answer to this. Like Prabhupada said, July 9th letter, this thing, and there's no order after that. And then there are so many Shastric things that, references they're quoting to prove the point. So I just want to know where is that order that Prabhupada gave, where I also want to know, I mean, because I also want to follow the right thing. Maybe you're right, but I just want to see the order where Prabhupada said, okay, this person shall be Guru. But if they say, no, no, Prabhupada said many times, this and that. Yeah, but then, here they quoted that, the whatever he says last, that is considered the most prominent instruction. Other things, yeah, he was willing, I mean, he was wanting that everybody become Guru. But then finally, when the order had to come, then he said, he never gave an order for anyone to become Guru. And now I heard that, you can just ask, like innocent, and now I heard that in ISKCON, they're also having some elections for, Gurus, but Prabhupada said elections and all this. So I'm just confused, Prabhu. You just put it like that, Let him answer. Let him answer the questions one by one. What they will do is, I know, they will become nervous a little bit, or they will just try to think that, okay, you are too bacha fellow, I will just tell him some answer, he will just accept. But you just gently persist on the, points and not let them like deviate here and there. Answer this point. I just want to know what do you think about this? So because I'm convinced about these arguments, that's why I'm following the system. If I can be convinced of something better, I would consider. So for now, I'm comfortable with this. Anyway, I'm reading Prabhupada's books. I just want some tilak or some mala, and that's it. That's all I want, really. You just say like that, just not being too confrontational. But each person is different. Some people are confrontational, so you see how it goes. Otherwise, you can always get your supplies from Vrindavan or from our. If we have a preaching center anywhere near you, you are from Kolkata. Mayapur is there, Kolkata is there. And let's see, we can always think of something.
Yeah, so actually, my plan is after finishing my 12th, I will join from Pondicherry as full time, and that's why I'm
Then
trying
no need
to.
to worry much. Then just go and join there. Okay, what else? Saurav Sahu saying there's a Prabhuji in ISKCON named Radha Mohan Das. Possibly he make very good cosmology video reconciling both modern and Vedic cosmology. Yeah, he's one of the people I watched his videos as well. Chaitanya Chandra is another one. Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu. He's a Mexican Prabhu. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I got introduced to this whole cosmology through these videos like Radha Mohan Prabhu, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, and also Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu has a whole PDF, like a 150-page PDF or something, full about this cosmology thing. I read that. The other videos, of course, I don't claim that I understand the whole thing, but at least the framework where we can intelligently present to modern science vadis how to understand Vedic cosmology and how much greater depth is there in the description of our Puranic and Siddhantic and modern cosmology. So like that. Because I'm still learning, but yeah, it's an interesting topic. Varun Prakash is asking, what is your view on Give Gita? Well, looks like he's preaching strongly. Whenever he speaks quite strongly. So that's good. We have not actively tried to cooperate with Give Gita. Actually, this was our method before, until about 2017. We were trying to reach out to Ritwik groups and trying to get in touch with them and then go there and then try to forge a cooperation or something like that. But we had some success with that, both in India and overseas, but not too much in India. A little bit on overseas actually. Philippines, China, New Zealand, which is now practically gone almost. New Zealand, Australia, they've shifted to Australia. Chaitanya Leela and Sankarshan, they used to be in New Zealand. So like that, we had success here and there, but we also had a fair share of conflicts with them. So what happened was, suppose China, for example. So we wanted to go there. Prabhu always wanted to go and preach there. Ever since his wife passed away in 2005, then he wanted to go and preach. So he was trying to contact whoever devotees he knows, like Jitarati Prabhu, who was having a footing both in Philippines and China, Hong Kong. So he was trying to get there to preach, let's cooperate and preach. And he's Prabhupada disciple, Jitarati. But that guy was just into business, he was a businessman and he was not like really so much into preaching, but he's known as a senior devotee among the Chinese devotees. But he never goes there, nothing. Then we had another character there, Devakinandan in Hong Kong, Tamal Krishna disciple, who also Ritvik, but he also doesn't do anything. He had never stepped into China for 30 years. So they were known as senior devotees, but in fact, they don't do anything. And when Prabhu said, okay, his plan was he just encouraged those devotees to become leaders and then lead the yatra and everywhere do this. But they were not interested. So in 2012, we went to China for making one, the big Rath Yatra, Jagannath balloons for our Rath Yatra, inflatable ones. So we went to manufacture that. We wanted to go to the factory and we knew three Matajis there. So we went there and stayed with them to go to the factory and all. In that, it became a preaching trip also. And then suddenly the devotees, there were so many Ritvik devotees all fighting among themselves. So when Prabhu went there and started preaching and having programs every single day, and so the devotees were very inspired. Wow, somebody is actually coming and spending so much time with us, and answering every one of our doubts and clearing everything up. So they liked Prabhu very much, and his sadhana is very strong. Every day waking up at 2:30 in the morning, and classes are very thorough and shastra based, not some speculation. So they liked everything. And also Prabhu goes with a team like Mahaprabhu, myself. That time Mahaprabhu was not even married; he was a brahmachari back then. So we used to go, and Mahaprabhu was good in cooking, and Raghupati Prabhu, there was one devotee who I told you left after 30 years. So that he was very good in Chinese as well. He used to speak Chinese as well, and then also he was a very good cook, and he was also good in kirtan. And I was helping Prabhu with kirtan and also technical aspect, like showing the screen on the computer and all these um, gadgets and all that. So this was the team, and everywhere, Prabhu. So at least in China, so this is what happened. So So the devotees liked very much the whole team and the whole mood. Everybody, we were just like, we did not have any politics to do. We just like straight preaching and happy. It was a very jolly mood. So then the devotees got so much faith in us, and all those Ritvik devotees who were fighting among themselves, they kind of united. And Prabhu said, okay, you must have a morning program every week. You must assemble at one place and do this morning program. So to get them to the mode of goodness, and eventually the fights will go down and all that. So the devotees actually started doing that and felt so much unity among themselves, and they were very much inspired. At that time, these senior devotees who were sitting in Hong Kong across the sea, and they never stepped in China because they're very scared, because Chinese government this and that, and they were very scared. And here Prabhu is taking all risk to come and preach, and so they liked this. So they had a lot of liking for Prabhu, Sundar Prabhu, and that made them envious. And so they started trying to contact the devotees and saying, oh, this is he's a cheater, he's coming and coming and taking away our people. And but these devotees did not like what those senior devotees were saying, so-called senior devotees. So in this way, there was a rift, and then they just completely went apart from us, and then they were against us. He wrote a nasty thing on an email and all that. Nasty things happened. Anyway, so like that, every country have a fair share of this. So for Give Gita, we have never contacted them before. But after 2017, when we did the IA-77 and the Ritvik video, we just decided, Prabhu decided like this, that, you see, you know what? And in every Ritvik group, this is another thing. Every Ritvik group has a different version of Ritvik understanding. Like some people believe that a time will come when Prabhupada will reveal in a way that everyone will understand that this is the person who's a guru. He will reveal the next acharya. There are some Ritviks who think that now we should follow Ritvik, but until a point where Prabhupada will manifest one acharya. They have this idea. Some of them, they are just want to be themselves guru, and they will say Ritvik because they want to be guru at the same time, but at the same time they want to be guru. They want to be controlling. So they don't have the very right intention. And many of them, they don't follow the principles. They don't have any morning program. They don't eat. They eat in restaurants outside. So, and when we, even with Jitarati and this Devakinandan in Hong Kong and China, they had the same problems. They don't, and all the devotees think it is okay to eat outside vegetarian, some Buddhist restaurant and all that. So we stopped all of that. We said, no, you cook yourself. You have to cook. When we also cook there. So they also, wow, this is nice. Then they also, yes, this is serious. This is actually way to follow. They also, willingly gave up all outside eating. So this was the way they were kind of preaching, so-called. Totally misleading people. So when we do this, then there will be a clash. And for example, we went to HKC, Jaipur. Give Gita, why we did not, Give Gita we came to know only like in 2020 or something, almost pandemic time like that almost. Before that we did not know. But we went to HKC, Hare Krishna Center in Jaipur. So they are a breakaway group from ISKCON Bangalore. And Dayalu Nitai Prabhu, he is running the place in Jaipur. And he had brahmacharis. We went there also. And they wanted initiations. But they also received a letter from this Devakinandan from Hong Kong, talking bad about Prabhu. So they had their apprehensions, their confusions, whether actually Prabhu is the right person or not, or something. And this Dayalunitai, who's there at the Jaipur, very crookish mentality, honestly, very crook. So, but we did not know. We thought, okay, whatever it is, once we go there, even if people have some wrong habits, wrong mentality, or whatever, the way Prabhu dealt with these problems is he just went there, he just did his sadhana nicely, just for everyone to see, and he gave lectures according to Shastra, and nice kirtan, nice prasadam, and everything, and let the people be attracted. That's it. He did not even counter them, even though they were wrong. He did not really counter them. He did not point out, okay, this is your fault. You changes. He didn't. He said nothing. He just showed his example. That's it. And eventually, people become attracted. So when he went to HKC, they wanted initiation to happen. So Prabhu said, okay, I will do, because they had no other Ritvik representative. So they wanted some Ritvik representative to conduct the initiations. And in that initiation ceremony in 2014, if I remember correctly, we had about 30 plus initiations in that one ceremony. And it was a big pandal and everything, it was done. And then after the whole thing, okay, we were having like, friendly relation with all the brahmacharis there, and we were all like friends. And then after that, I come back to Singapore. We were thinking, okay, that was a good trip, nice devotees, and they showed us their Goshala, and they had nice, like seemingly nice conversations. So when we came back, they posted the photos of the initiation. You know how they posted the photos? They cut Prabhu's, when Prabhu is giving the beads, they cut Prabhu. Only the person receiving beads you can see in the photo. From where as if he's falling from the sky like that, and almost. So they did all this, and nowhere, not even a single photo Prabhu was there. Nobody, none of our devotees were there. Prabhu was like very upset. Is this the way you? I mean, Prabhu did not talk to them directly, but he was saying, is this the way they respect somebody who has given them initiative? At least some gratitude should be there, right? As if it's too impersonal like this. How can they just cut off from the picture and then crop it out? How can you do something like that? That's not very unethical. Then Prabhu said, I don't think they have a very right intention. They just wanted some initiation, but they did not. And now that they're initiated, they just want, now to continue from there. Uh, um, they just want to have their own Ritvik representatives. They just wanted to use. We thought they were, wanting to cooperate. We can have more. We can join like that. But they had this own way of doing things. So that's why. And when Dalanidas Prabhu speaks, he kind of speaks all right. I mean, on a surface, you will find him okay. He's speaking not bad. But when he's dealings with Vaishnava, when we see them on the ground, then you know what? That's not very nice. So, give Gita, he sounds correct. He sounds. I mean, when he speaks those videos, a little bit I've seen, preach mostly in Hindi. So, yeah, he sounded correct and he sounded strong. I mean, in his presentation. We just don't know how the thing will be with personal listing. So what we have decided, maybe he's a nice devotee and nice preacher. We will continue with ISKM. If they want to join, let them be ISKM, and even if it's Give Gita or what, if they are willing to work under, because in any case, Sundagopal Prabhu is way more senior than any of these people. He joined in 1975 during Prabhupada's time, and these people have joined 80s or 90s or whatever. So it is only right for them to kind of be humble with Prabhu rather than Prabhu being unnecessarily humble with them. He has no problem doing that, but he did that in fact with all these people, and he did not have sometimes a very good response from them. Always the leaders are the ones who are against him. Everywhere, even when in New Zealand, Gokul Chandra Prabhu was the leader. He was the person, he was doing all sorts of nonsense there, watching pornography, not chanting at all, beating up devotees. I can tell you on and on. So many things they were doing there. So Prabhu came to know of this, but still he was just trying to encourage him. And actually, that Gokul Chandra Prabhu, under Prabhu's association, he was actually becoming better. He was becoming very saintly, and he's a very dynamic character, very like a Kshatriya type. But because his spiritual sadhana is not strong, it becomes very passionate kind of fight, and he uses vulgar words and everything sometimes. But when he has that nice association, he had actually, there was a window of like 2 weeks or 1 week, 2 weeks, when he was with Prabhu in Philippines. Even the Sankarshan and Chaitanya Leela, they could not believe that this was Gokul, because that's not the version of Gokul they saw. They always saw him as the most cruel tyrant. But here he was like so much Vaishnav, and like serving others, and very nice mood and everything. He was not going bonkers. So, I think Gokul Chandra tried for a while, but after that, it's just like, what? From Philippines, Chetan Leela and Gokul went back to New Zealand, and when he landed in the airport, he took a cup of coffee and said, "Oh, I'm glad I'm away from Sundagopal Prabhu, because if I stay with him too long, I'll become a pure devotee. I want my coffee." He sipped his coffee.
Oh, Krishna.
That's his comment. Yeah. So he wanted to be in his comfort zone where he can do all his things, And in front of Chaitanya Lila, he was doing this, and he was his temple president. Just imagine. I mean, and those people, and then eventually he became very envious with Prabhu, because what happened was Sankarshan joined Philippines with, that was a cooperation between our New Zealand Yatra with them and we were very close. Honestly, we were very close. We liked each other. All the devotees liked each other. So we were going to New Zealand. They were coming here. It was very nice. We were thinking like, wow, this is like so nice. this like a very nice mood, and they have a beautiful farm just on the side of a river. And in New Zealand there's not much population, just like in Finland, and there's hardly anybody, and it's beautiful, very scenic, and then they have cows there, they have farming going on there. It was very good, and we went there, we had a nice time. So it was just very nice. But then he spoiled it all. This Gokul spoiled everything. So in the cooperation, so Philippines, the one devotee contacted us from Philippines. She was under Jitarati, and then she wanted some Ritvik movement to start. And then my brother Rajikishore went there, and because he was alone and he was a foreigner, so Gokul said, "Okay, I will leave one of my men here." He left Sankarshan there. So both of them were supposed to cooperate there and have the temple started up there. So it was a very nice thing, and we were very happy. Wow, this is working out very well, and the cooperation is like so solid. And then eventually, out of nowhere, this Gokul comes and says that, "Oh, so what happened was this Sankarshan and Chaitanya Leela are twins. So once Sankarshan left New Zealand and ended up in Philippines, Chaitanya Leela was feeling alone, and until then, Gokul was cruel with both of them. Like he even beats them up sometimes and gets them to work very hard while he relaxes and then sleeps and doesn't come for Mangalarti. Only these two people will be there for Mangalarti, and sometimes Hanuman Prabhu, who used to come, and sometimes he also doesn't come. So they just do whatever they want. And then only these two brahmacharis were working very hard. At the time they were brahmacharis. And then once Sankarshan left, Chaitanya Leela was like feeling very alone now, and he was feeling very stressed out, and he could not manage all the services that were there. If only all the grihasthas also helped. They were all staying on the same farm, but they would never come. Even 10 meters away from the temple, they would never come. So he had to do morning waking up, deity worship, dress the deities and chant his rounds and go to the cafe. They had a cafe. And he had to serve all the food prasadam there. He had to cook there. And he was not so much of a cook. And he had to milk the cows as well. There was too many things for one person to do. So, and they were doing nothing. They would do some farming. One of them is very much into farming. And sometimes one of those daughters of one of those Gokuls, they will help with the cows, milking of the cows a little bit, not too much. So he felt stressed, and he also had Karunamai Mataji. She was already his girlfriend by then. So they were already thinking of marriage, but when Sankarshan left, and after a few months, Chaitanya could not handle it, and he just escaped from there, ran away from there. And they came to Australia, and from there to Singapore. And for 1 year, they were in Singapore. And then when they ended up in Singapore, the Gokul was like, "Wow, you are stealing my men. You're not an honest person. You are such a crook." He started all this thing about Sunugopal. Without my consent, you took my man. Prabhu said, "I did not take. He could not handle it, so he ran away. What am I supposed to do?" In fact, the very first visit that we had to New Zealand, the both brahmacharis wanted to come and join us. Prabhu said, "No, don't do that, because that will spoil the entire relationship. The cooperation will be spoiled." So he asked them to stay back. But they were tolerating. After they saw us, they never wanted to be there anymore. So, but Prabhu said, "No, you be there. This will change. We will work with let them get encouraged, let them see the good example, and then they will change automatically. Then everything will be nice. But you should not run away. This will spoil everything." So Prabhu actually already told them. But after Sankarshan came, Chaitanya could not keep him himself. So this thing happened. Out of desperation, they just ran away one night. So, and Gokul started this thing, and then he never even listened to what Sunugopal Prabhu had to say. He just accused and accused and accused. So if he was a little bit more this thing, it would have been nice. But the thing is, honestly, he was very sadhana was not good. So at one point, it was like separation had to happen, because he was not on the same page. He was not willing to change. Like the comment he made, we went back to New Zealand airport, immediately bought a Starbucks coffee. Wow, this is nice. The danger with Sunugopal Prabhu is if you stay with him too long, he will become pure devotee. I want my coffee. And he just drank like that. So that's what he wanted. He knew what Prabhu was doing was right, but he cannot give up his things. So to keep his people to himself and not expose them to us, so he said, "No, you know what? We're not going to have any more thing, any cooperation. That's it. That's the end." In fact, they came here, collected money here, and Prabhu gave them $20,000. They could collect and go back to their, that was how much cooperation Prabhu was giving them. And when we went there, they did not do anything. We paid for our own tickets. So it was entirely our cost. Even when they come here, okay, their tickets they paid. Chaitanya and Sankarshan, I think we paid for them. And when they come here, they collect money here, and then we actually gave them their money. They went back, and so Prabhu spent a lot of money, time, effort, everything with these different groups. But because of their whatever their training, how they were trained and how their character, there was a little bit of always these things, this friction that happens. So now Prabhu is like, okay, you know what? I'm going to stand my ground. I'm going to not look for any cooperations or anything. I'm not going to beg for it. If they come, they come, and they have to work with ISKM, under ISKM, or with ISKM under the you know kind of training of Prabhu, or under the management of Prabhu. And yeah, they can have their thing, but it should be a very solid understanding between the devotees. So that's what Prabhu wants. So for now, he is not chasing anybody. Give Gita, if he's good, okay, let him be good. If cooperation has to happen, if it happens, it happens. But we will go with our ISKM brand, and we will just continue with our preaching. So, want to join us? You'll be ISKM person. That's it. That kind of thing. So that's the reason why we have not really met up with not only Give Gita but any other Ritvik group for that matter. Um, Even Purujit Prabhu for that example, for that matter, Bliss. So he was actually communicating with us back in 2009. I knew him from 2009, many years. So he used to communicate with us. He was in Canada at that time, Montreal, and we used to have some back and forth emails or Skype or something like that, chat, and then not too much, but a little bit here and there. And he wanted to get initiated at one point, and then he wrote to Prabhu about it. Prabhu said, "Yeah, nice, but we also have to know you, because we just can't initiate you because I don't know you. Maybe you're a good devotee. I just want to know. So maybe you come over to Singapore for a while. We can spend some time together." But he never replied to that, and he never came. And then suddenly we find that he initiated himself. Of course, he was initiated first by, I think, Kapindra Swami or somebody. Second initiation he gave himself, and then continued like that. And then he has his own brand. Some of his members are a little bit friendly to us, like Maitreya Rishi. He messages me here and there. But I'm not really like, we're not actively wanting to, because he also said things against us when we went to Europe. He asked his men not to meet us. He did not want to meet us as well, and he did not want his men to meet us. So we were there in Hungary. That's when this happened. So we found like, okay, maybe yeah, that's the reason why we don't want to be like too close to anyone. Like, we want to have our own brand, and we want to be strict followers. And if you want to join us and cooperate with us, you have to accept the ISKM, the philosophy. I mean, not our philosophy, but it's Prabhupada's philosophy. It was straight. There's no different kind of understanding. It has to be we have to be on the same page, and physically, I mean, also we have to be um, uh, with a good mood of cooperation. Otherwise, it's not worth it pursuing the relation. So that's our current viewpoint. In Germany, there is a group of Ritviks. In Adelaide, in Australia, there is a group of Ritviks. I think Prabhu is going to probably go to Adelaide to just check out, if it's going to work. I think Prabhu is going to go there. Now I think everybody is sick there in Australia. Prabhu went there, but everybody is sick. I mean, Prabhu himself was sick, and then the others were going sick and everything. Now Prabhu is all right. The others are a little bit sick. Some of them got all right. Some of them still recovering. So like that. So it's a bit of a sick house right now. So once that is done, maybe they will go to Adelaide and meet up with some devotees there. So Prabhu might do that sometimes, maybe. But for now, that's our stand. So we will remain as ISKM. That's a long answer.
Yes, Prabhu, thank you so much for this answer, because I didn't know all these details. That I just knew something happened and some like arguments were there with some people, but I didn't know yet all these like details.
Oh, every single time, it was the fault of the. I mean, I'm not just saying because I'm with Sunagopal Prabhu. It was definitely, it was genuinely the fault of the other party. They were seriously lacking in, like, very massively lacking in their training. Like, they were having very bad habits, and so, complete envy. So this kind of stuff. Everywhere he went, he met this. He always met two kinds of people in every camp. Even when we went to Russia, same thing in Russia. There was one camp which was envious of him. One camp which was very much enthusiastic about cooperation. So that has been the case everywhere we went.
Yes, Prabhu. From Russia, I've heard all these stories from Dmitry Prabhu.
Actually, Dimitri, we haven't met him. We haven't met Dimitri Prabhu.
Yes,
When I
Prabhu.
went to Russia, 2016, it was a completely different batch. Completely, not even
Yeah.
one is there. This batch that was there. What happened was the person who was favorable to us, she died.
Hmm.
She died in a car crash. Her name is Jayaprada Mataji. She was nice, but she had this legal fight with her husband. Her husband was in jail. He was also enthusiastic about preaching, but I think he had some affair with another woman or something, which pissed her off, and then so it was not going well between them. But actually, both of them were kind of, and they had sons, two sons, and one of the younger sons, actually, both of them were in HKC in Jaipur. They were brahmacharis there.
Hmm.
And the Narayana is the first one, the Sanat Kumar is the second son. So he was there for a while, and after a few years, he went back to Russia. He's now in Russia. Um, so in that way, also we know them, and we lived in Jayaprada Mataji's. We stayed in her house, and then we had nice kirtan, we had nice programs and everything. Unfortunately, she died, and with that was the end of everything else. But then there's this new group who started contacting us, and this is quite a stable group. But we haven't met them physically. We really want to go there, and the pandemic happened just then. We really wanted to go, and the pandemic started.
Yes.
And now we want to go. Maybe early next year, sometime Prabhu will want to go there, and I will also go with him. I don't know who else can come. Maybe I don't know. Sami can come.
Yeah, I was supposed to go there like even way before when there was Ratha Yatras they were doing, because it's close to us, the place where they have the temple. But just then they started the war and closed all the borders. So now everything is closed.
Yeah. So anyway, now I think we can still get, even though the war is going on. I think we can still go there.
Yes,
So
Prabhu. Only the Finland Russia border is closed. Others are open.
okay. And especially India and Russia, there's very good relations politically now,
Yes,
right
Prabhu.
now. So Indians should have no problem, I guess. So yeah, that has happened. So that is the kind of the history of overview of the history of our relationship with different Ritvik groups. In fact, we were the most active Ritvik group in the matter of cooperating with other Ritvik groups to make a worldwide movement. Recently, they had this worldwide Prabhupada meet in Europe somewhere, Hungary, Germany.
Yes, Prabhu.
Honestly, those Prabhupada they don't like ISKM, the senior
Yeah,
ones. Mathurapati is okay with us, but he's not ISKM man. He's
yeah.
okay with us. He took initiation from us actually. He took initiation in that same HKC in Jaipur in the 2014 initiation. He was one of them. So he liked, but he has his own ideas and he practices martial arts.
Yeah.
This he has his own way of some concoctions here and there. But he's a Prabhupada man, but he's never with us, you see. He's never like solid ask him, man, okay, I'm going to do it properly. He has his own ways of doing things. So that's the thing. We don't want to be part of something which we don't stand for.
Yes,
We
Prabhu.
don't want to be part of this, worldwide Prabhupada Anuga. It sounds nice, yeah, but
Yeah.
honestly, on the ground, I mean, what are you doing? We want to have a strict presence and follow properly, do nicely. I mean,
Yes,
so
Prabhu.
that's what we want. So
I went to listen to some of their lectures, Purujit Das, where they're speaking, but they were just arguing with each other, and they didn't have a like one understanding about the Ritvik system. They were just fighting with each other, how it should be and how it should not be. And one came to give his idea, one came to give his idea, and it was just like fighting. I was thinking, is this what like they want to do when they gather, that they just fight what Prabhupada means and they speculate it's like this or no, it's like that. And
oh, really? Actually, my brother was saying something about it, that they had this discussion, and Purujit was saying even something wild.
yeah,
Um,
I recorded those. I was like, because we were thinking that should we also be there, someone like represent ISKM, but then when we listened the first like clips of the lectures, and then Prahlad Prabhu was also like this, he was like, this is like nonsense, that we shouldn't have nothing to do with this. And And yeah, Nimanitai Prabhu gave comment that when I sent those clips where they were speculating that they don't have a clear understanding about the Ritwik order even, so it's not so fruitful to be in contact with them.
That's the thing. You have to undo a lot, and then they are not going to take your authority when you say that this is the right thing. So it's a lot of waste of time, waste of energy dealing with these people. So we will just stand our way, and then we will just work on expanding ISKM. And all of you, you have joined ISKM first. So that's actually very good. Instead of all joining here and there and getting all messed up in the head, and then after that coming to ISKM with all kinds of skepticism, it's hard to deal with that kind of the kind of people. So it's good that we all are on the same page when we do have the proper understanding of the mood that we have to be in. Of course, there are some devotees who you know even in ISKM who are not comfortable with our hardcore preaching for sometimes. Like I think you told that when you edited the Sadhguru video, you had this thing where some
Yes.
devotees advised you. Yeah. So I was also approached. I said, no, we were going to do this. And you know what Prabhu said? Yeah, that's what you should do. This is the kind of, when he saw your video first, Snugopal Prabhu, I showed him, yes, this is the kind of videos we should do, Prabhu was saying. I want more of these videos. So, we should expose every rascal out there, Prabhu was saying. So I feel very comfortable. And especially this time when I went to India, when I see all the kind of training these ISKCON people have and HKM people have, I'm feeling like, wow, although we are so small, ISKM, my gratitude for Sundagopal Prabhu increased so much, but that he trained us so well with Shastra, with, example, with unfailing sadhana. It's completely missing. I mean, that kind of level of training where everything is Shastra based and Sadhu Guru based, that kind of training is completely missing and it's so bad. And even practically, Prabhu is not the kind of person who will spoon feed you. Like if you're starting a center, you find your own way to find your money, find your start from scratch. And Prabhu says, I did it the same way when I was in Singapore. I started here with nothing. I want you also to start. I mean, that's how you learn. Otherwise, if everything is going to be given to you and everything, then how are you going to do anything? Like you're going to sit and sleep or what? So he trains in a little bit hard way, but it's the best way. I'm very, really, really, really thankful the way he brought us up. So now it is like we are a force to reckon with because people appreciate such qualities, such boldness or whatever, and that was because of the underlying training of how many years of this way of presenting the truth and everything. That's just phenomenal. So we should carry on our this brand of presentation that Prabhupada was uncompromising. We will also be uncompromising. That's it. And at the same time, it's not just attacking those people, but ourselves. We should follow strictly. Otherwise, people will point finger at us then. So all these things have to be done. So okay, what's the time now? Wow, it's 5 o'clock. It's very long. I think 4 hours now. Did not feel like 4 hours though.
Yes, Prabhu.
Anything else?
In India, 3 p.m.
Pranjal. Oh, Pranjal Prabhu is speaking. What is he saying? Let's see. He's a very silent killer, Even Prabhupada's spiritual master that we glorify daily, it seems they also not very opulent materially, but even without them, big printing press, temples, big organization, I heard they used to mass chastise the whole public, stand with the truth and fight for it, whether in their writings or speech. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You mean to say ISKCON was actually fighting big, what is that? Mass chastise the whole public. Show me one video where they did that. I don't think they ever did that. Anyway, I don't know where they did that. I don't see. I don't know actually what you're saying. That's what I understand. That you're saying that they also daily glorify and they're also not very opulent materially. Well, they do have some, a lot of following and money. It's not, of course, they still need a lot of money to fulfill their projects, but way
I
more
think
than what we
Pranjal
do.
Prabhu was maybe meaning that Bhaktisiddhanta and previous gurus. He says even Prabhupada's spiritual masters that we glorify, that they were so opulent, but still they had the printing press and temples and like this, something like this. And
Okay, okay. Maybe I misunderstood. So yeah, if that is the case, yeah. But Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur became well known because he was having these debates everywhere, and of course he was also preaching very strongly everywhere. Yeah, so we should keep to that. How to organize our topics of some sort of FAQ section in our channel? That's the other thing. Manu Prabhu is asking a good question. So on our channel, there's this FAQ, right? I mean the AM sessions. You know what? These AM sessions can be huge on wisdom bites and shorts. In fact, I have to restart AM sessions as well. But from the past, all these episodes, we have so many questions, and each question can be one video. Like especially those which are more comprehensively answered. Each question can be one video. Each question can be one video. In fact, not only separate videos, even in that the long video itself, you have to chapter it so that people can actually
yeah,
skim through and okay, this chapter, okay, this question. Otherwise, they have to they don't know where what will come, and it's a 5 hour video. How are you going to watch everything? So if we can chapter those videos, like the question will be the chapter. So in that way, it will be good. So that chaptering also is a service actually need to be done, and each of those questions can be videos in themselves. So that is actually a very important service. Is that what you're saying, Manu Prabhu?
Yes, yes. Because during that session that Nimanita Prabhu had the last time in the Istagoshti, I mentioned that he mentioned that it's very. We have a lot of content in our YouTube channel, but there has to be some sort of organization for people to access information easily.
Yeah, yeah. You know, AMAM sessions and Prabhu's Q&A session. Yeah, actually everything. You know, I see sometimes our YouTube channel is like, what is this? It's a mess. Like even those videos have to be tagged as Bhagavatam lectures or Q&A. There are tags. Even that has to be taught actually. One person or two persons have to work on that. Every video after it's uploaded, okay, tag it properly, and so that the playlists, it will stay in the correct playlists. So that also has to be done. And also, yeah, organizing the videos in a more easy to access format, like question and answers can be one playlist, and that can be all these AMAM sections where each questions is one video and stuff like that. AMAM and also Prabhu's Q&A on Friday and all this. So that has to be done. Yeah. So we need to have a nice website as well. That's why I want Pranjal Prabhu to work on our website. And once our Singapore website is done, I want to have international website as well, where nicely arranged topic wise and courses, free courses, everything should be nicely there, even on our Singapore website for that matter. That's one thing actually I need to uh, discuss with Pranjal Prabhu as well about the website. So I spoke to him in Delhi. We need to make that also work. Yeah. Wow, still there are questions. Okay. What's your view on Indra Prabhu? Since this is an Istagoshti, I want a clear idea. I listen Prabhu's Kirtan sometimes. Yeah, you can hear the Kirtan. The thing is, Indra Prabhu was Prabhupada disciple, and he was not in favor of so much of this guru system. But at the same time, he wasn't really promoting the Ritvik system as well. He was doing the Kirtan service, and honestly, sometimes he speaks like a Sahajiya because he says things like, um, you want to go to enter Ras Leela, then you must join my Kirtan party. And he did a video series on deity dressing, Shringar. And he was showing that when you're dressing Radha Krishna, you should feel that your hands are like the hands of the gopis, Sahajiya, that is Sahajiya. So that kind of language is not what Prabhupada wants us to propagate at all. And it was quite off actually when I heard that. What is he saying? So, uh, so he stands up against these bogus gurus and bogus people, but at the same time he has his own brand, and all his people, his kirtan band, all the people who play mridanga and all those people, they're not of a very high grade character. All are like womanizers, and just weird group, all like tattoos and weird hairstyles, weird, everything is just weird about Andhra's whole band. I mean, you start a kirtan thing, okay, fine, you did a kirtan service, well and good. Yeah, he's very good at that. I mean, his own style of kirtan, and he has a lot of tunes and everything. Fine. Here also devotees play Andhra kirtan, goes on. But the thing is, I mean, the thing is, if you are training someone, then you train them to the proper standard, and get them to the proper standard of following everything, Mangalarti and everything. I don't see any of those people coming to Mangalarti, or none of his people. And even back when he was around, I went to ISKCON Vrindavan when he was around and doing kirtan. Those years, all his followers are like crap characters, horrible characters, each one of them. So that kind of devotees. So yeah, his kirtan is good, and he accepts that the guru system is some nonsense. But then if that is the case, then he should preach the Ritvik system openly. That is the proper service then. So if you can't do it within ISKCON, then cooperate with those who are doing outside of ISKCON. ISKCON Bangalore is there. Of course, we have our own issues with ISKCON Bangalore, with all the deviations that they are doing. But these Ritvik groups are there, and they were visible. We were there. Maybe we were not so visible at those times, but ISKCON Bangalore was. So at least he could have done something with cooperation with them, or he started something alone, I mean, independently, and preaching the Ritvik system. That was not done. So, however good they may be, I want to see like how they stood for Prabhupada, like what is the thing they did for Prabhupada. So
Sundar
that is
Gopal
what.
was really heavy. Sundar Gopal
Huh?
Prabhu was really heavy on this topic. When it was asked
Yeah.
me, I made one video of this that I've shared.
Oh, you did?
Yes, Prabhu. Its title is Indra Prabhu Bonafide, and Sundar Gopal Prabhu directly said he's Sahajiya, and that you shouldn't read his books.
Yeah. Yeah, he should not. He's Sahajiya. He spoke weird things, when he was writing those books, and he says things in the videos when he was doing Sahajiya. Like, how can you speak like that? Like, and then his whole band, everything is like, what is he doing? What is he doing? What is his real contribution to Prabhupada's movement other than the kirtan? He actually revived the 24-hour kirtan. Okay, fine. But then what else? Like, so that's why, yeah, we also say don't read his books, Sahajiya. So yeah, that's our stand on him. Yeah, Swami is saying now Sunagopal Prabhu asks during initiation if the person is ready to work in cooperation with ISKCON, and some people have a problem with that. Oh, how can he say that this is not what Prabhupada said during his initiation? Well, he wanted his people to work with him. Of course, initiation means what? You take initiation and go and do whatever you like. What is that? Of course, he wants to. Because at that time, you don't have to mention Gaudiya Mata, and nobody was even there. Prabhupada was started. He started the whole world movement. Nobody knows what is Gaudiya Mata. Nobody knows about anything else. So of course they will work with him. And yeah, he wanted them to work with him as well. That's why initiation. Otherwise, what? Initiation means what? Karishe Vachanam Tava. I'm going to do whatever you say. Here we are strong about ISKM. Yes, you have to be an ISKM person. If you are going to take initiation with ISKM, then you have to be ISKM as well. Because ISKM means we want to carry the pure teachings of Prabhupada forward. And if you are not wanting to be a part of this, if you just want to be a freelancer devotee, then you take from somewhere else. We are not going to. Prabhu, why should Prabhu give? Because Prabhu, by giving initiation, he's also going to take some of the karma. Although Guru is the one who takes the karma, to recommend, that also takes karma. That person also takes karma. So why should he vouch for someone who is not even prepared to act according to any instructions? No Shiksha Guru, no Diksha Guru, nothing. Simply want Prabhupada, Prabhupada. No Shiksha Guru, nothing, no temple system, no governance, nothing. How can that be accepted? So we won't accept that. So okay, the link is there. Indra Prabhu's one. Go and watch it. Let Prabhu smash him.
Actually, taking initiation that way is like the Christians do, that they go and throw their sins to Jesus, but they don't wanna have much to do with Jesus. Similarly, these persons who cut Sundar Gopal Prabhu out of the picture, they just kind of want to throw their sins somewhere, like a garbage bin, and then they just cut the thing and then they continue there. Just what the Christians are doing, but they just do it more often every Sunday.
Who? This Varun Prakash is asking, Indra Prabhu supports Ritvik system. Can you have evidence, Prabhu? I did not say he supports Ritvik system. I don't know what he supports. Because if he does support, he should be actively preaching for it. And he should, you know, support that. But I don't see such thing. He's just doing his kirtan and that's all he's doing. And then, yeah, he speaks something against the gurus, but the root of the problem is that they disobeyed Prabhupada, and that's what the whole problem is. The entire root of the problem of ISKCON is this. If they follow Prabhupada's instruction of Ritvik system, many problems of ISKCON wouldn't have existed, and even if they come to light, they can be easily solved because Prabhupada will be in the center. Because there will be problems, of course there will be problems. All kinds of people will be there and there will be issues. That's not the real problem. The real problem is that when the top is gone, corrupted, then you cannot expect any proper justice, any proper downline after that. So that's what is the problem with ISKCON. So if Indra Prabhu finds the problem with the higher authorities, but then he should show what is the correct then, according to what Prabhupada said. But if he just does his own thing and he doesn't really strongly preach about Ritvik system, then where is the what is the real contribution there? We have to think about the movement. How Prabhupada's movement can just be allowed to be washed away like that within just few years of Prabhupada. We should fight and do anything to keep the movement alive. And if ISKCON is not doing it, okay, come out of ISKCON and start something to let the movement go forward in the proper way. How can I just be there and sing and then they are doing all their things, and if you're not happy, come out and then be bold and then start something. If you cannot start on your own, I could join somebody who's actually doing it. If you do none of those, then how what kind of just doing sitting there and complaining is no use.
Yeah, then it's IRM.
Yeah, IRM. Don't talk about IRM. IRM is another whole story in
These
its own.
Finnish devotees usually tend to go towards this IRM, and I'm having to have arguments with them very often, so it's really annoying. Now the one came with new theory that the both can go side by side, voting system and Ritvik system. They can go by side because he's saying that Prabhupada didn't say that no one cannot become Diksha Guru. He didn't explicitly say it, so it can happen. So now they both, but still he couldn't explain how the voting system is okay. But he's just saying that these can go side by side. But the main thing with this is that the person doesn't want to take initiation, so he has to leave some other door there that he can say, because I'm not taking initiation.
Yeah. There's some hidden thing going on. I mean, in each of those, they don't want to actually take initiation, and in that way, you can never have a temple. You'll never have initiated devotees. You'll never have deities. You'll never have a full worship program. And then, how will people advance without the whole temple deity worship and everything? So it's completely impractical. Just so this is what we have to avoid. So looks like Varun Prakash Prabhu, you like Andhra Prabhu a lot, is it? Do you? We should understand from our Prabhupada's point of view what is actually following Prabhupada means. Can we go to finally we can go show this verse 4:28-48. We quoted this in the I-77 as well. 4:28-48 purport. Okay. Is this 428 about it? Yeah. Okay, go down. Here, this paragraph. You see, it is the Acharya's duty to spread a bona fide religious system and induce everyone to bow down before the Supreme Lord. One executes the religious principles by rendering devotional service, specifically the 9 items like hearing, chanting, and remembering. Unfortunately, when the Acharya disappears, rogues and non-devotees take advantage and immediately begin to introduce unauthorized principles in the name of so-called swamis, yogis, philanthropists, welfare workers, and so on. Can you go down? The main business of the human society is to think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead at all times, to become his devotees, to worship the Supreme Lord, and to bow down before him. The Acharya, the authorized representative of the Supreme Lord, establishes these principles, but when he disappears, things once again become disordered. The perfect disciples of the Acharya try to relieve the situation by sincerely following the instructions of the spiritual master. So that is what we should do. That is what, if he is sincere, and he should relieve the situation by sincerely following the instructions when it becomes disordered. So that is what is the measure of how a quality devotee is. What is the quality of a devotee? So anybody, whether Indra or anybody, I would just judge them according to this yardstick, this measurement. How much did they try to correct the situation after Prabhupada left, after all this fiasco? That's what I would, measure these devotees against. So we should judge them accordingly. So anything else? Or you have a Ritvik notes?
I don't have this there yet. Yeah, I wanted this portion to be saved.
So anything else we have?
Yes, bro.
No, Prabhu, you can carry on, no problem.
Yeah, Saurav Sahu is saying ISKCON nowadays is turning into something else. They're talking like Mayavadis, they're meeting many Babajis from different sect. In Vrindavan, many so-called Prabhujis, Matajis learning musical instruments like violin, guitar, mridanga for their own sense gratification. They're taking part in wrestling competition. Oh wow, wrestling I did not know. Recently I saw that I Love Mayapur channel. They made a video about one Mataji who's a violin player and who's a devotee.
Yes, please. Right.
I was like, what? Okay, okay, fine. You were a celebrity, and after getting initiated, why are you still there? Why are you still going there and doing the same performances? And like, why can't you?
Yes, I watched that video, Roji. That Mataji is playing violin, Russia, from Russia, that Mataji.
Is she a Russian actually, or some European or something? Russian?
I didn't know. But
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, if you now you're a devotee, okay, you were a like George Harrison, for example, he was pop star, and he came in contact, and he was not really a devotee, he was not initiated, but he was remained a pop star and also favorable to Krishna consciousness movement. Now she even took initiation. She has a spiritual name now, and she's still doing those concerts and everything. Why give up now? What is the like?
in that channel, Prabhuji, there was also I saw a Prabhuji. He's from Poland or something. Like he's go to this bodybuilding type of thing. Like he is also initiated. Some das.
Oh, Hanuman, is it Hanuman Das?
I don't know.
There is one Hanuman Das I know. He was featured in the Back to Godhead magazine in 2012. I remember. So that he's a martial artist, and he was kicking, and he was like doing all the things, and photos of him, article about him.
What he basically is saying that he take initiation so that he can be good at this profession. Nothing like that. Means this bodybuilding is his profession.
Okay, there's a long way to go to soul building. He'll build another body, next body. So, yeah, so this is the problem. Yeah, so anything else? Already at 5:20 right now.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, just a very small question, Prabhu. Prabhu, there is a Srutakirti Prabhu from Srila Prabhupada's era, right, Prabhu? And Srutakirti Prabhu and Vishaka Mataji, they are very strongly against the Ritvik system. They recently they were, I mean, I once texted them Ritvik system and I asked them to please watch it. They told, why watch his videos by nonsense people or something like that.
This Shrutakirti married new. This Vishaka Mataji is very, very young, isn't it?
Yes, bro. He handled DT department in Vrindavan, ISKCON Vrindavan.
He was married at Prabhupada's time itself. Then he divorced her, and then now he married one young Mataji.
Second marriage. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these people can't even give up their sex life, and then they're talking big. First of all, you stop, stop your nonsense. So Shrutakirti is saying like that, huh? Very shallow. Man, they're comfortable in their whatever they're doing. That's why we have to be the sincere disciples who will try to relieve the situation from this mess. That's what we should do.
These persons are just taking the preaching, like they're just making it harder because they give a bad name for the whole ISKCON. Then some newcomer comes, he first reads all the scandals and everything, then he will think that some people don't even get to the real topic before they get hit with all these nonsense things that has happened. It's not nice that they bring a bad name to this Krishna consciousness.
Pranjal is saying, I can try to get you these material softwares like Final Cut Pro and paid courses if you need, Prabhus, from Torrent DB for these softwares and effects. Though I feel Dimitri Prabhu might already. What is that? Where's that? Why this thing jumps? Where is that? Oh my. Dimitri Prabhu might already know them well. For Mac OS, you can get somewhere here now at least. Oh wow. If you all have a video editing or tech group for asking on Telegram, I think that should be. There should be a Telegram group with subtopics for media because Telegram is a little bit better at this than WhatsApp. They have more features in that sense. Actually, Discord will be very good, but you know what? We don't want that much complexity. I think Telegram can do it. So it can have subtopics, so softwares or anything like that, or video editing. So different topics we can actually. It's a good idea. Tech group. Yeah, I did not know we can get Final Cut Pro for free. You know what? Pranjal Prabhu is the person to go to if you want anything software. Oh, he's just a genius in this. Honestly, he was. He's very really good at this. Okay, so what else? Okay, Aditya has to go. Thank you so much for your time. I'm sorry if I did any offense. Yeah, you did a great offense actually, Aditya Prabhu. Extremely great offense you did. Okay, so I think is that the end? I think so. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the time. And
Thank
we'll
you
meet
so
again.
much. Hare Krishna.
I have one question.
Oh, you have one more. Okay.
ISKCON devotees say that Sometime Jaya Pataka Swami Maharaj is a Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personal associate.
So actually, Prabhupada said that once, that he is a personal associate
Yes,
of Chaitanya
yes,
Mahaprabhu.
yes. He reference also Prabhupada.
Yes. See, to be very honest, we all are associates of the Lord, you know. We all have our eternal eternal thing with the Lord. If he is really a purified, I mean, Nitya Siddha kind of associate, then he would not have disobeyed his spiritual master so badly. Um, I, you can say whatever you want. I just measure it this way: that a pure devotee, Nitya Siddha, will never disobey his spiritual master. Now, tell me where Prabhupada said that he can become guru. That's what I want to know. If he said that, okay, I will give up my this thing. I will join Jayapada Goswami. Show me. That's all. So, if he's not following Prabhupada's order, then the whole thing is in question now. How can he be an associate? Well, Prabhupada will say many things. You know what? Today we read in morning Bhagavatam class. Before Bhagavatam class, we read Prabhupada's Sikshamrita, which is Prabhupada's letters. One page we will read. So that's usually not streamed online. Usually when the verse starts and everybody chants, and then we start live stream. So in that letter, Prabhupada was saying, you know what happened at that time, 1968. Hayagriva Prabhu, he left. Left means he was almost on the verge of leaving the movement. Some disagreement happened. So what was the disagreement? Because when the Bhagavad Gita was published, he wanted his name to be on the Bhagavad Gita, like editor or something like this. He wanted his name. Like Prabhupada's name is there, but he also wanted his name because he did most of the editing. And then some of the devotees did not like it and they said, no, your name should not be there. They printed it without his name and only Prabhupada's name. And he was quite upset why my name is not there. I did so much this thing. So he had this kind of thing. So when it came to notice of Prabhupada, Prabhupada said, he wrote this letter. That's what we read today. Okay, you can actually include his name, put his name maybe as the editor, chief editor, something like this. My name will be the author, or maybe his name can be as editor or something like this. 1 second. He said, okay, put his name there, maybe if that's what will bring him back, then put his name there. And what was your question? I lost the connection. What was the question?
Is
Only
repeat it.
Prabhupada said that he is a person.
Varun Prakash Prabhu, you asked the question.
yes,
Can you ask the
yes,
question
yes,
again?
yes. Prabhuji's own devotee say that Jaya Pataka Swami Maharaj is a
Ah,
personal associate of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He friends Srila
okay.
Prabhupada.
Yeah. So okay, understood.
Yes,
So
yes.
you see, he did this. He put his name there, as the you know editor. So you see, Prabhupada sometimes to save devotees, he gave them not only to save them but also out of his own humility. He will say many things. Prabhupada also said then another thing. If he is an eternal associate of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then also he said, he was once sitting there and then all the devotees were there and Prabhupada, in a very humble mood, he said, my Guru Maharaj saw that I was completely incapable of doing this service of preaching in the Western countries. He saw that I was useless and therefore he sent all of you to help me in my mission. So he saying that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur sent them to help him because he was not capable. That is his own humility, he saw that. But if we take that to be truth, and yes, we are actually Nitya Siddha sent by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came to help Prabhupada. If I say like that, is that correct way of actually, taking it? That's Prabhupada's own humility, and he said many things to about many people, right? To encourage them, to give them some. But it all is seen in the actions. Like Prabhupada is a Nitya Siddha, if I say, it is backed up because he strictly followed the order of a spiritual master, and you can see the result. But here, where is the order? Or where is his following? So somewhere something has to be tallying, na? If it is not tallying, then wait, one second. Yeah, just knock on the door and do yeah, I see you calling me. I never called. I see somebody. I told you, see, I want to text somebody. Just give me 1 minute. What do you want to do? Well, he said, see, okay. I'm in a meeting right now. It'll be finished in maybe 5-10 minutes. Okay. I'll take only 1 minute. But you must need a ladder and all these things. Okay, you bring. Okay, so anyway, some work is going on, so I have to go also, and the Sunday program is going to start in a while, so I need to go as well. Yeah, so I mean, Prabhupada will say many things, but it's all is seen in the actions. That's what Prabhupada also said. All of you will become spiritual masters in the future, and everything he said. Yeah, he said all these things, but qualify. Where is the qualification? April 22nd, 1977, Tamal Krishna said, I have observed myself and all my god brothers, none of them are qualified. Prabhupada said, yes, therefore the training must go on. That means, where is the eternal associate now? Where is the eternal associate? That means you should already be trained from the spiritual world and coming, right? Prabhupada would have said, no, Jayapataka is trained. He should become spiritual master. He never said. He said, yes, training must go on. That means this is all nice talk, Some inexperienced man, he introduces some concoction. Sometimes he said, Prabhupada said it, more misleading. Yeah, this is very important. Balimadhan Maharaj, I heard he left Prabhupada's presence from ISKCON and married a Chinese prostitute and went to China. They're offering chicken as prasad. Oh, really? Balimadhan fell so badly. Wow. I didn't know. Under the pretext that Krishna said, my spiritual master said, Prabhupada said, we are manufacturing something. Don't do that. Unless you're directly ordered, you cannot do it. This should not be done. Here is direct order. This is good quotes. Good. So, all right. So we'll stop here. Thank you all very much. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya vasapadithanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thank
Hopefully,
you.
we can do this
Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Ram.
another time.
Yeah, we will work on that media thing.
Yes, Prabhu.
We will gather more people.